Oh, wow. Oh, no. Get my heckin'. Wow. Hello, everybody. How are we today? Hi, Rika Han. How we doing? Hello. There we go. Get some heckin' music going. Kind of wanted to chill vibe for a bit. It's been a while since we just kind of sat and just chilled. I'm always usually streaming to do stuff, but like for once, I just kind of wanted to do nothing. I didn't even open my Pepsi. I mean, not my Pepsi, my freaking Scody. Fucking what the? Let me put this. Hello, Emerald. How we doing today? Heckin', I gotta remember that on the Project Mouthwatch Discord, there's like, we don't have like the specific ping things. Hello, how are we today? Are we just chilling out? That's what I forgot. I was setting up some things. And I forgot to get my my TTS. There we go. There you are. Getting that going. It's so crazy on Saturdays because of like Gilligan's. It's so crazy having so much time on Saturday. Like, what? I can just do things. I'm just able to do stuff. I think Discord audio is making noise. Interesting. That is interesting. What happens with
the bread is here.
19 tattoo done at this
Can
moment?
You believe
oh
it?
wow!
You were just about to throw all this away.
What are you getting tattooed? Hold on, what's this? What is? Oh, that's what that is. That's what it is. I have my Discord audio capturing browser. Lol, scuff. Don't worry, fixed it out. Figured it out. Now it won't be an issue later on. Oh yeah! I remember now, yeah. You're getting Vogan's tattoo. Oh wow. Heck yeah. I'm such a weenie. I low-key want a tattoo. Well, I don't know what I want to get. Ooh. I should have chewed on that more. And then what if I don't want it anymore? Then I'm stuck with it, you know? I just started eating and I have to use the washroom. That sucks. I have to use the washroom. I hate this. Hopefully it's not too painful. I mean, it's gonna be on the arm. I think that's probably one of the least painful areas. I think. After hitting a weight loss goal? Fuck yeah. I know I literally just started stream. But I gotta use the bathroom. So I'm gonna make my face a stupid face. And I'm gonna BRB. Hello, I'm back. Alrighty. Okay, well, we're back. Holy moly. I didn't even eat yet. Like, literally started eating as, like, stream started. Already had to go to the bathroom. This sucks. Heckin'. I was about to, like, get onto something, and then having to use the bathroom completely distracted me. Actually, now that I'm actually here and in that, like, thing, I want to put this somewhere. I'll put that somewhere, but I want to put it... There we go. Right there where no one can see it. Alrighty. Heckin'. I was saying Saturdays, because of Gilligan's Grave, I feel like my Sundays are so loaded. My weekends, even though they're my days off from my day job, do not feel like days off. But low-key, I love it. I am just like so... I like being busy. But at the same time, I wish I could nap. Even though technically I could have done that today, a part of me was like, no, I wanna sit and talk with people. And I wanna stream it in a way that we can just kind of chill vibe and catch up. Like, what are you guys doing right now? Are you making dinner? It's June, so I don't think anybody has homework anymore. Also, none of y'all should be in school because that would mean you're a minor. But, like, making dinner. There we go. Heckin'. Making breakfast now? Wow. Wait, you're making breakfast now. Is it like your first, like as in you're just waking up? What time is it for you, Rika? Show EP. Ooh, General Tsao. Ooh. Almost 9 a.m.? Okay, so you're in like din time. Yeah. That makes sense. 9 a.m. Even further, actually. Holy moly. This explains a bit, Rika, but where are you? Aussie. My second guess was Russia. Because of Ada. I'm so used to Ada. Also having similar times. Oh my god. Something I put in this, that makes a lot of sense. You're in Alala time. Probably. Heckin'. These heckin' chicken burritos. So good. So I'm a kind of person who likes preparing food ahead of time and making like maybe 2 to 3 days worth of leftovers. And hi, Drill. Hello. When it comes to dinner, I love having like a good hearty like feast. And then doing my ass is still in bed. Well, apparently it's like 9 a.m. so don't worry, you good, hun bun. You can stay in bed for at least another hour as a treat because it's technically Sunday for you as a treat. But heckin', my train of thought, chicken. Well, actually, before we get to the chicken, I like setting up like a feast. So on work days, I prefer to keep dinner light. That's definitely fair. I like to, again, have like at least 2 to 3 days worth of leftovers. Because your girl gets hungry. And most of the day, I go without eating. I don't really have breakfast because our tummies in general, excuse me, but our tummies in particular are more sensitive in the morning. So, and me, I'm not the kind of person that can just have like buttered toast and a fried egg in the morning. Like, yo quiero ponerle, I want to put paprika and cayenne and garlic. Like, I want my food to taste so damn good. And I can't. And then I want to have sausage, and then I want to have a hash brown. Like, I want breakfast. I want breakfast. I want breakfast. And the thing is that with the time I have between when I wake up and when I go to work, I only give myself, well, I have to be at work at 9:45. That's technically when I'm supposed to be clocking in because the store opens at 10. And I wake up at 8:30. So that gives me an hour and 15 minutes to figure my shit out and get to work. Vaggie, Morningstar, hello. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Hi, Vaggie. I played Vaggie once. I played Vaggie once for something I won't talk about. I'm guessing that's a reference to Has-Been Hotel. Anywho, heckin' ba 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 ba. My train's gone. Choo choo. Okay, breakfast. I have an hour and 15 minutes to figure myself out between waking up and getting to work. The thing is, though, I kind of like getting at least the most amount of sleep I can get. I get dressed really fast. My morning routine is very, very short. I don't put on makeup. My hair is usually straightened, so it's very low maintenance. And it doesn't really, I could make a quick breakfast. I just choose not to because it just puts me at risk of my stomach being really being like going really bad. And then I'm in the bathroom for like 10-15 minutes. And then I'm potentially late. As well, during the winter, when the e-scooters aren't out, it takes me about 20 minutes to walk to work. I'm very short. I have little legs, so I have a very short stride. And with the scooter, it only takes me like 5 minutes. I don't know. I'm just usually not feeling breakfast. The only time I do get some sort of breakfast is I'll get like an egg wrap from like Tim's, but that's a Friday thing, and not even every Friday. That's a treat more than like, oh, let's get breakfast. I'm hungry. That's a treat. And then because I'm at a mall now, I don't want to get into the habit of mall food, so I don't really have lunch. So I kind of let my coffee with cream and sugar kind of carry me through the day. I drink pretty slow, so it tends to carry more or less. Just finished watching a zombie movie? Oh, hell yeah. Heckin'. But yeah, when it comes to dinner though, and sometimes if I do make a lot of dinner, then I can also just like take it to work as a bit of a pseudo lunch. I have like a small bento for it. But like, it was 28 weeks later. Oh, heck yeah. Heckin'. So like, for example, I've got a ham, like Easter ham. Like I got it around, it's been in there for a bit. I got it after Easter because it was discounted. So late April. It's been in the freezer for a while. But I'm thinking of making like a dinner with it. It might be for Jester and I's anniversary. Because then what I'll do is that I'll have the ham, and then I'll have like mashed potatoes and gravy, some grilled asparagus, and then a sausage stuffing. I like doing that. And that it's a lot of food for just me and Jester. So we're gonna end up with a lot of leftovers. We're gonna end up with heckin' like giving it to people. Last time I made like a huge Thanksgiving just for me and Jester, and it went far. It went far. Real far. But that's what I like to do. I like to have all these leftovers so I can really like not think about food for like at least 3-4 days. I can probably keep eating the same food over and over again. Jester, he's usually pretty good. Usually about the third day, he's kind of like, okay, I want something different. So that's also what I have to think about when it comes to like preparing food ahead of time of like, how far can this go? I saw that clip online, how Scylla, from Scylla, how she got a Ventrance VA to read one of your D&D characters' lines. That was funny. I want coffee, but it's outside. Cold outside. Oh. Yeah, Scylla did, in fact. Also, yes, they. Scylla did, get some... they sure did. I can't even talk about it without freaking out. Yes, they did. They sure did. Yeah. They sure did. And I've never been the same. No worries, Wandering. No worries, you're good. But, ooh. I'm thinking about it. Oh, you know. Oh, no, I can't. It'd be for a good cause, but I'd have to ask Scylla. Maybe I'll make that a donation goal. Because I'm going to be doing a charity stream. I'm going to be doing the VTuber SummerSlam this year. And maybe I'll make it a donation goal that I'll play it on stream. And then you guys can hear me lose my shit. You understand? You guys don't understand. Like, I don't... First off, like, I'm gonna state this very clearly. I am very much demisexual. I have, like, zero attraction in any romantic or sexual way to anyone but Jester. Fictional men are completely exempt from this rule because they are not real, so there are no real consequences for liking them or being obsessed. That being said, my love for Galen is strictly not even on my behalf. It's for Polo. I love them so fucking much. And when it hit me that Camden's voice for a Venturin is just almost exactly what I pictured. Exactly what I pictured for Galen. And how I was attacked. I've never been the same. And here's the thing, and I've talked about this before when it comes to my my RP characters. My RP characters represent a facet of myself. Polo represents that part of me that lacks confidence, but has goals and dreams that she wants to achieve, and this want to belong and to be loved, or at least to belong and be accepted for who she is. So there's a lot of and when she loves, because Polo is also very, very demisexual. She flusters very easily, but when it comes to romantic attraction, she just it's only for Galen. And because she's a facet of me in that regard, when Galen is involved, the brain, the neurons just fire. Just neuron activation. And the neurons just fire in all directions, and she just loses it. She just loses it. Unga bunga, pretty much, yeah. But that's that thing where, so having had nailed down that Aventurin and Galen is like Galen's voice. Like, here's the thing. I could hear Aventurin and be fine. I could hear Aventurin and be completely normal. Completely normal. Love Aventurin. Love Aventurin. Low-key thirst for Aventurin. But I'm not gonna lose my shit and go into giggle fits if Aventurin is on screen and he's talking and being like, Doctor, you're huge. No. Kinda just, no. I don't watch a lot of streamers. I've hung around Camden's streams and watched him play Animal Crossing and a lot of fucking Lethal Company with Allegra. Nothing. Nothing. This is totally normal. Because again, it's like, there's the complete separation and distinction, but when the voice activates and it says what it says on those audio clips, feral beast. I don't want to go more into it because if I do ever decide to play it on stream one day, I don't want to like set an unreasonable an expectation or anything. But it activates that brain, the neurons start firing, and I am not for how long is that audio file? For like a minute and 20 seconds? For a minute and 20 seconds, I am no longer a daughter of God. Pero. Oh, maybe. Maybe for the kids. For Gamers Outreach, for the VTuber SummerSlam. Maybe we'll make it a donation goal. And it's just gonna be called That Audio. That Audio. If you know, you know. I don't know, what do you guys think? What do you guys think? Ooh, I saw a kick out. Oh, that's so spicy. That's a little bit of jalapeno. I was in that cheese. That'd be fantastic. I'll do. You've seen every. Actually, wait. Wait, no, you guys have heard it. You guys have heard it. Deco played it. Deco's, yeah, Emerald, yeah, Deco played it on stream, didn't he? On his stream. He did. That's what it was. I didn't just hear me. Oh my god. That means aside from Hayden. Yeah. Okay. That's the thing. So like, you guys have heard it. If you guys were on Blue Stream that day, you guys heard it. I think it was just you, Emerald, and Eclair that heard me losing my shit. Man, that VOD's probably gone. Maybe I'll combine it with something then, because some people have already heard it. Maybe I'll leak the Polo model and that audio No, 2-for-1 deal. Yeah, think about it. God. The way Camden recorded it, too. Fuck. Jesus, Mary, Joseph. And yeah, no. The reason Deco has it was because he asked me how it came out. Because you wrote a whole thing for Camden that Scylla abridged. And then Camden read it. And I've gone and I've told Scylla, I'm like, Scylla, I would be absolutely normal if I was ever put in front of Camden. Because I know and I can separate art from the artist and all that stuff. And you know I'm too damn Demi. But just know that inside I'd be falling apart and losing my shit. I can, because of how my reaction to this audio was. I must never, because again, it'll simply be, oh, hi Camden, I'm that person who you had to record that, who you recorded that audio for, that Scylla asked you for. Hi, that was me. You did a really good job, thank you. And inside I'm just be like, I'm a weirdo! I'm a weirdo! I would be perfectly normal. I think it's mostly just embarrassment. I think it'd just be it's just embarrassment. But like, I can't. Like, only a very small handful of people have seen me react this way. I can never meet this man. Sure. I would cease to exist at a con that had everyone present. But yeah. Deco got the audio because he wanted to see how it ended up. I barely survived Canada. We're thinking about seeing the Witty Wash crew in August. We're not quite sure. We might actually do it in September because that's when back to school and stuff will be done. Those are like the busiest times of the year for Jester and I at work. Heckin'. I'm sure you did fine, Alala. I'm a ball of anxiety. Well, and the thing is though, you have to think about it this way, Alala. There's a lot of reasons to be anxious the first time. First off, it's your first time meeting all these people. Second, you look up to a lot of these people. And I think that was also your first big soiree outside of like Australia. There's a lot to be nervous about. So it's completely understandable why you'd be anxious. I think that had you have done, after doing it a couple of times, knowing now what to expect, who you're gonna see, what you're gonna be doing, and having a game plan, I'm sure that anxiety would kind of figure itself out. You might still be anxious. You might still be a little scared. But I think with time that would ease up and you'd start feeling a lot more comfortable. I think it was just so many new experiences thrown into one that it was kind of like a lot to process. I think that's where my mind would have been too. First time traveling by myself and decided to go overseas. Other side of the world even. Yeah. You got much on the second half. Drugs. Yeah, I mean, Calmers, weed, those will. They gave me magnesium pills. Magnesium is also really good for anxiety. Magnesium pills are very, very good for anxiety. But yeah, it's totally understandable. There was a lot of factors that came down to those things happening. But I'm sure that now that you've done it, give it a couple more times. And yeah, I think it'd be I think you'd be a lot more relaxed. Knowing what to expect and having a game plan usually really helps with those feelings of anxiety. If nothing else, it was a trip you'll remember. Yeah, no, that too. I still want to move over there. Oh, of course. Honestly, having moved to Canada is definitely one of the better things I ever did. Like, so... Oh, excuse me. Definitely very, very happy and very grateful that I took the opportunities and the route that I took to be able to come to Canada. Like, not to bring like downer subjects and stuff, because again, this is mostly just chill vibes, but this is also real talk. When I see the news of shit going on down there in the States and stuff, I become so much more like worried and scared. Not only like for my family, because obviously I have family there still, but like also just like for you guys over there and like my other friends that are there. Like, what is happening? What the fuck is going on? Like, I talked to my family recently, and like everything I hear and see about Canada is it's like living in the US but way better. Not perfect, but way better. Messy breakup, a constant worry, but yeah. Like, I excuse me. I just see and hear what's going on, and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening? And like, my parents are like, we don't leave the house. We only go to church. We go get groceries. And maybe we'll go like see your like they were like going out to eat and little moments of frippery and like enjoying their bit of like their kind of half retirement, because my mom's technically retired. They don't do that. And like, and they live in Jersey. Jersey is just like, it's so blue, and like I know that where they generally are is pretty damn safe and they'll be fine, but like at the same time I'm just like, no, I don't blame you. I wouldn't. First off, I barely left the house when I was leaving there. I have absolutely no reason to go out. I'd have absolutely no reason to go out. And I would be so fearful, because one of the last jobs I had, one of the last couple jobs I had in the States was also in a really big mall. And I'm just like, man, I don't want to take the risk one day of going to this mall and someone fucking just decides to fucking figuratively and literally blow a gasket and just fucking go nut. I'm not ready for that. I'm not gonna be able to prepare for that shit. Like, it's basically artificial panic because the news profits off of people's fears. Oh yeah, no, of course. Like, there is a little bit of propaganda, but there's also a lot of like genuine like genuine fear and worry about things that are going on. Apparently there was like a recent assassination of a representative, and it's just like, what the fuck? The crackdowns existing while brown. Apparently it's and I don't know how my boss tries to talk to me about some stuff because I'm American, so. And he was telling me how there was like an executive order where now they're gonna like tone down, or like they're gonna ease up on a lot of like detentions and stuff. And now they're not gonna be rounding up and trying to deport as many people because, you know, summer berry season is out and, you know, nobody's picking the strawberries and the blueberries. And it's like, yeah, idiot, what did you think was gonna fucking happen? Nobody wants to work those jobs. Like, nobody lighter than Pantone wants to work those jobs. So, of course, they're going to round up the people who have, like, no reason not to work it because money's money and a job is a job. I don't know how true that is. I left my house for the first time in 2 weeks and found out someone stole my catalytic converter from my car, so even doing nothing isn't free. Oh no, not the berry market, get them all back. Pretty much is what is happening. There's already like among all the other little crises and stuff and food going up and some shortages. Now there's an issue with berries and stuff because no one's picking them. And it's like, yeah, who do you think was working those fields? It's even a thing here in Canada. When the cherries come out and the strawberries and the blueberries and raspberries and the fruit later on in like late summer, early fall, the apples, who do you think is working those fields and picking them? Around this time of the year, a lot of migrant workers from Mexico and from Colombia, from Cuba, you know, the Caribbean, a lot of like Jamaican and like Haitian workers, a lot of those workers, they come in, they get what they need and they go and they're even transported in like a bus and they go to the fields and they work. And they're like, yeah, I come here every year. I'm here for 3 to 4 months. I bring my family, the amount of family they let me bring. And we have a place for a couple months, like a Section 8-ish kind of something for migrant workers. We work the field, we get our money, we leave. That sustains us for like half a year. Like, and again, and it helps the Canadian economy because you have these workers. I don't know how much they get paid, but like you have these workers, they come in, they help. We help another country's economy. It also helps the Canadian economy because now you've got these fruits that are local being able to ship to other parts of Canada or sold locally. Well, not now anymore at least, but like the states would import some of these berries and fruits. Oh, people will work those jobs, but not at the rates they're offering. Also note how people who hire and ruthlessly exploit immigrant labor are never charged, only the brown people. And it's like, what are you expecting? But all of that's happening, and I'm not surprised because even before the election was happening, it was like, what did you think? What do you think is gonna happen when you tell all the people that are working the jobs that no one wants to work, that come in droves and again like help this economy and bring so much diversity and stuff? Like, how are you gonna tell them that they're the problem? Like, I don't know, it's fucking stupid. And then setting aside that hot mess, very scary, but a hot mess nonetheless. Oh, your room's looking nice. Hello, Cerberus. Going into like the other hot mess, heckin'. Before I go too into it, has anybody seen like Mugen's recent videos about the SAG-AFTRA strike? Holy shit. Holy shit. It's like the strike is over. Thank God. People can go back to work. People can announce all their roles. And yet, somewhere in the background of Twitter, and Blue Sky, there are people. There are a bunch of Genshin voice actors that are like, yeah, the strike's over, but we're still gonna refuse to come in and record. And it's like, okay. What do you want us to do about that? I guess get recast. What do you think's gonna happen? Now you don't have the reason that there's a strike going on. Now it's literally just y'all are refusing to come into work. Okay. Like, might as well, yeah, just say you're quitting then. Just quit. Just quit. You know, you can just say you're quitting. That's a thing you can do. Like, and the thing is, oh God. So long story short, for some people who don't know, and even then, do not come to me as the absolute source for everything going on or that was going on with the strike. I only know what is, funnily enough, on their website, what Josea commented about, the two videos Mugen talked about, some of the voice actors that talked about it, and again, a couple of other videos. But essentially, the SAG-AFTRA strike was initially targeting 10 video game recording studios that didn't want to sign the interim agreement. One of these was a studio for Genshin, which initially was Formosa, and it worked with Genshin, and Genshin and Hoyo was like, oh, this studio's being struck? No problem. We will switch that studio. We will go to studios that have AI protections in their contracts, and keep recording for the game. But more and more voices were coming. More and more voices were not coming back, and most notably with Genshin, HSR and ZZZ got hit in several ways. But the point mostly being is that if these studios, SAG actors were not to record in them because of the strike. And because of that, certain video games were also struck. They weren't talked about, they weren't promoted, roles for those weren't announced. With the intention of, if these actors don't work, don't show up, they could eventually strong arm these studios and these game developers to sign the interim agreement and continue working with SAG actors. Hoyo got caught in the crossfire because, one, there were several SAG actors in the cast that violated their global rule 1 that SAG actors are not to work on non-union projects, but the voice actors do it all the time. And because these SAG actors are not allowed to work, they chose to also strike this game, even though it wasn't struck. And then some of these actors said that the reason they were doing it was to convince Hoyo to flip Union. Now, in flipping Union, it doesn't mean that non-union actors couldn't work on it, but it does mean that they would have to fill an application called a Taft-Hartley. That means, I'm not going to go too into the whole Taft-Hartley thing, but it means technically that this, and you only get 3 Taft-Hartleys in your entire lifetime, that this means that once it goes through, you have 30 days as a non-union actor to essentially voice in as many projects that are union as possible. The best way Josea put it is, think of it as like an unlimited SAG-AFTRA union project battle pass, but you've only got 30 days and you can only have 3 in your lifetime. So collectively, you can only have 90 days. Now, a lot of the voice actors will tell you that that's not concrete, that can be, you know, that can be fiddled around with, that it's not all concrete set in stone. But the thing that I'm going to get at, because this is something that I've been noticing from the very start, that I never posed the question on Twitter or Blue Sky because I didn't want to potentially cause anything incendiary, because that wouldn't have been my intention. But one thing you hear or see a lot of these voice actors say when anyone tries to talk about this is, that's misinformation. You don't understand. You're not explaining it right. That's not how it works. They've said this about random people talking about it, which understandable. They've said it about some YouTubers covering it, kind of understandable. They've said this about Reddit users and Reddit threads that link to articles and even the SAG-AFTRA website. Oh, okay. There's some sources there, but okay. And then they said it about Josiah. Well, that's not really entirely accurate. You don't really go into how it works. This is kind of misinterpretation and misleading. Homie, he's one of you. What do you mean? Homie, he's one of you. He's assumedly on your side. And even he is not, quote unquote, informed enough to talk about the strike? Who the fuck is? Where are they? And why aren't they speaking? People were begging SAG-AFTRA to give some kind of goddamn statement explaining how this works, because so many people on the outside wanted to understand, and they never did. I don't think they ever did. And then whenever those people explain it, what they say is actual misinfo. And then when the actual actors try to clear it up, it's proven wrong by the same sources that they keep saying that are not accurate. And it's like, are you telling me the SAG-AFTRA's website isn't right? Then someone's gotta fix that. Are you telling me Josiah's wrong? But why aren't you guys doing anything? Why aren't you guys saying anything about that? Where's your half-hour video counteracting these points? Why are the only videos that I have on the table that are telling me that what these people are saying is wrong? Karina Bedker throwing up on a toilet for 8 minutes and calling everybody liars and idiots and saying, hope this helps. Like, the numbers aren't numbering here. The scale is so off kilter and off balance that I unfortunately can't find it in myself to blame anybody for thinking, nah, I think someone here, there's a couple crocs of shit here, and I don't think it's over there on that side. I think it's y'all. Somebody over there smell like shit. And also new VAs being dogpiled by others because they had no idea what was going on too. That was a whole other. Like, have they stated why they aren't specifically coming back? Several have. It has come down to some have explicitly said they want Hoyo to sign the SAG interim agreement. Some have said, for example, Karina, they have said that the whole issue with Jacob Takanashi, the recasting of John Patinu into Jacob Takanashi, that was the last straw, and that they are not coming back to play Paimon. They are done playing Paimon. And they've even said, I'm probably gonna get recast. Okay. Like, at least you know. But that was the final straw. And I'm kind of sitting here being like, so like, where's ironically, I guess. So where's the gotcha moment? It mostly tells us that either those people are lying and know they're lying, or they're being lied to and regurgitating it without checking. Either way, someone is spreading lies. I think it's fair to say that some of those VAs had it coming for a while. even though they were doing Paimon the entire strike. Some are now claiming that Erica Lindbeck saying they wanted to get back to work was, oh yeah, no. If you've seen the most recent Mugen video, so here's the thing. And he said it earlier in the video, that someone in the industry that has access to a SAG Discord leaked messages where they've talked about how apparently Erica Lindbeck disclosing that she was threatened during the time of the strike to not come back and record, and throughout the strike, that her doing that and that and exposing that actors are being threatened to withhold work, that is the single most damaging thing to the strike. Huh? Yeah, Han. Huh? What? Huh? And it makes you wonder, because again, she didn't just say she was the only one. Who else were they threatening? We don't have that list of names. Unfortunately, we're not privy to those list of names either. They were calling out Troy Baker and Jennifer Hale, two very, very famous voice actors. This Discord, which is full of apparently a lot of up-and-coming new voice actors, they are essentially being like pushed and pulled into thinking this sort of way. And one of the I guess leads in that server, who is I guess also a SAG board member now, apparently very heavily implying, though not outright saying, that there are union developers and like directors that are asking for lists of people that they shouldn't work with. That's called a blacklist. That's technically illegal. I imagine at that point Don Hung probably got threatened with the amount of love he has for the role. I'm not gonna say yes or no. I don't know. I heard it was Erica Harlacher. No, it was No, it was. Well, yeah, Erica Harlacher. I'm sorry. I must have confused her with Erica Lindbeck. They're both Ericas. My bad. I'm sorry. Harlacher. Venti. Let's not forget SAG partnered with an AI company that is now on the negotiating team. Yep. Like, it's just very, very concerning. Like, and here's the thing. I totally understand the fight for AI protections. AI is something that we need to really, really be concerned of. Like, I hate that I'm siding with Disney here on them, like, suing the fuck out of Midjourney. Like, no, like AI should not be getting anywhere near acting and voiceover. I totally understand the claimed purpose of the strike, which is for AI protections. The problem is that, especially after the Jacob Takanashi situation, during and after so many voice roles, I think because apparently SAG had like a live stream on Instagram, and one of the actors said like over 500 roles that could have gone to SAG actors are gone. Because now a lot of developers are like, you know, the US isn't the only place that offers English voiceover. We can go somewhere else. And now they're going to the UK. They're going to London. There's English VAs in Japan. Some of them are going to Canada. Now, on the while, Karina stepping away thing reeked of, no, they didn't fire me. I quit. It's the most self-righteous way possible, but that's just me. They want to force basically any voice actor in a big role into the union so they can get those big union dues, and it was never about AI protections, it's about money and power. Like, so many roles. Like, the irony that when they talked about this strike, they talked about this strike is what's going to decide the future of North American voiceover. I mean, yeah. It did. It's going to greatly affect the future of American voiceover. Even Allegra Clark was saying it was getting bad. Yep. They were literally partnering with an AI company, and it screams they don't. Yeah. The irony is that they wanted to strike to protect their jobs. Yeah. The whole irony is that they claimed that this strike would affect the future of North American voiceover, and that it will be one of the deciding factors on if there is still a voice acting industry in North America. They were right. And I don't remember the post word for word, but someone on Twitter had a post and it was like, this whole time they were so concerned in their battle against AI that they didn't consider the other AI, another individual. In all this worry about them being replaced by artificial intelligence, they completely neglected the possibility that they can be replaced by another individual. In worrying so much that a machine was going to replicate their voice and replace them, they didn't think that maybe these companies were just going to take their voiceover roles elsewhere. I've seen people, because there some of those voice actors that that jumped on Jacob have also been announcing roles, and some people are like, well, I was gonna get this. Well, I was gonna play the dub. Like, and it's that thing of some of these voice actors defended their behavior by saying that he was a scab, that this is how scabs are treated, that had it been freaking 1940s, that they would have been lauded as heroes, and that things would have been so much more violent. And it's just like, and maybe, and here's the thing. First off, yeah, here's the thing. He technically wasn't a scab because the project was never, because Genshin isn't union. But they're considering the semantics here that he took the job from a striking person. But again, not a strike. It was a work refusal. Someone was refusing to come to work, even though it was because of AI protections. And they were like, I see that seat's empty. Mind if I sit here? I mean, technically true that it was deciding the fate of VA. The more in an either we get monopolistic rights over a major Chinese company or we get our entire industry blacklisted. Incredibly stupid game, but they wanted that stupid prize. Yeah, and now here's the thing too. Like, in doing this, God knows what's gonna happen to the voiceover industry. So many other now developers and stuff are going to, like, first off, they're going to stay non-union because that's just what's been working, again, especially with like smaller budget indie games. But another is, man, you know who I don't want to who Karina even admitted they Wandering Hero. Karina is non-binary. But yeah, they now just casting some of these actors, these SAG actors, now, because of the bad will that they've amassed through all of this, no one's gonna want to play a game with their voices in it. It's okay, Wandering Hero. No worries. Like, that's it, and then you have all these new and upcoming people who it's now, voiceover is already an overly saturated and very, very competitive industry and career. Now it's even harder. It's going to get even harder. No one wants to deal with the union now. Like, it started with the one voice actress that used to play Bayonetta. Then it was Lycan's VA, and then this whole strike. It's just been one dumpster fire into another. And now so many voice actors. It kind of sucked to see so many people being like, I respected these people. I looked up to them. I wanted to be like them. I hoped to one day work with them. And then this happened. And it's like, yeah. You know what's kind of crazy too? And I could be wrong. I could be wrong because I generally stayed out of a lot of that stuff on Twitter and Blue Sky. But again, but I did point this out when we were playing Honkai Star Rail a couple streams back. You know, like those old industry professionals, like again, like Herta's VA, again, Johnny Young Bosch, Crispin Freeman, Laura Bailey, Matt Mercer, like all those voice actors that you grew up hearing. What did they ever say about the strike? Not a goddamn. I don't think I ever heard a lick. They kept their mouth shut. They didn't say nothing. I think the only one who did it was Stephanie Sheh. And that was only towards Jacob, where they were like, I would never do something like this. And I don't know. It again, just the big irony of the situation. Like it's definitely it will definitely change the VO industry in North America. These companies now are going to, again, they're going to send their casting calls to London, to Japan. There's even an agency now. I can't remember what it's called. I can't remember what the agency is called. But it's centered around like international entertainment and trying to turn Tokyo into essentially an international hub for content creators and stuff. There's already Side, which is a voice acting like studio place, and it's all over the world. And a lot of English VAs that are in Japan. I could be wrong, but even Wook Lamont, yep, Senna Breyer was also very vocal. On Blue Sky, as far as I know. I think he was very vocal. Not sure. I know she commented on one of my posts that was like trying to like genuinely ask like, hey, if we are so worried that Hoyo is going to do VA, why haven't they done it yet? The strike has been almost going for a year. Where's the AI? And I know she commented and pointed out it was called the MiHoYo desktop, where there's an AI voice. And when I looked into it, it was like, yeah, there is an AI voice. The AI voice belongs to a Hoyo employee that consented to it. Because the AI law in China is that the voice cannot be replicated or used if the VA does not consent. Thanks, nah. And yeah, everyone's gonna be sounding a lot, but that's how you have things like Hyacinth in Star Rail. Hyacinth, who is trying to put on an American accent, and we can hear the little bits of British in her dialogue. Thank you for the head pats too. Like, we're gonna be seeing a lot of that. Or they're just gonna sound a lot more British. The funny thing is, this all just screamed that SAG was scared of losing its stranglehold in the industry, and the squeeze so hard it's slipping through their fingers. Yeah. It's a huge shame. I hope that the industry can recover from this. And again, for the Genshin voice actors, some of them, I think one of the screen caps that's going along is from Sean Chiplock, but it definitely seems to be echoed amongst a lot of other Genshin voice actors, where they're like, where they pretty much said, Lexi's Direwolf, thank you for the follow, hello. That some of the Genshin voice actors have been like, just because the strike is over doesn't mean that our work refusal ends. Hold the line, guys. We're still doing this. And it's like... Guys. Like, I don't want to be the negative Nancy here. I don't want to say that the fight for AI is pointless. But the biggest foothold you had that wasn't even that strong anymore ever since the Takanashi situation. The biggest thing you were leaning on is gone. It's gone. Now, if it wasn't a strike before, it sure as fuck ain't now. Now it's just a blatant work refusal. Some people are calling it a wildcat strike, which is also illegal. This is hard to say because unless my definition of a wildcat strike is wrong, a wildcat strike is only considered a wildcat strike if a union project or a union thing, like, it would only be considered a wildcat strike if Genshin was union and there was no current SAG strike or something like that. So it's not considered a wildcat strike because, again, Genshin is not a union game and they don't have a union contract. So it can't be considered a wildcat strike because there's no one for them to go to and be like, get these people back to work. Like, it's just, oh, okay, you're not showing up to work. Okay. Like, you can call it a wildcat strike, but it's not the right term. That'd be more so if, like, the actors were like, we're not gonna come and record for fucking Disney. Meanwhile, the union's not on strike and Disney is like, what the fuck are y'all doing? Get back to work. And they're like, no. Like, so I don't think it's a wildcat. It's just a work refusal. And at that point, it's just like, just say you're quitting. Just quit. Just be like, hey, honestly, and I hate saying this, I would any respect that these voice actors still have and any goodwill and faith they could probably even get just a little bit of it back if they were like, the strike is over. Unfortunately, I am stepping down from my role in Genshin Impact or Honkai Star Rail or blah 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 because Hoyo will not sign this agreement and I do not wish to give my voice to this project anymore. Just quit. Just step down. I think that's the only real way that they can, like, leave with any remaining dignity. Just quit. Just quit. I hate that. I hate saying that. But that's, I don't see how where they're like we want AI protections and stuff, and it's like, if that's truly the deciding factor, talk to the people in charge of your contract. Maybe maybe they have, because I know some people have, and they're still and they figured something out, and that's why they're still in their games. But talk to your contract. Can you please add AI protections to my contract? work on the individual contract level. And if that doesn't work, then yeah, but step down if you have to. And then if somebody gets that, and if somebody else gets that role, leave them alone. Leave them alone. It's none of your business anymore. It's done. Look what happened last time. You guys thought you had the moral high ground to go and, because again, at the end, yeah, you can call it that it's a scam and, you know, well, we were back then, this would have been completely fine or would have been worse. Okay. But look at it from a completely outside perspective. What do me, completely someone far removed from the issue, what do I see? I see a bunch of industry, quote unquote, professionals dogpiling this dude because he booked a role that someone wasn't showing up for. The everyday normie is going to see somebody wasn't showing up to work, so somebody got hired to replace them, and all this dude's friends came to jump him at the parking lot. Most of them know their reputation's been trashed, so deep throating SAG in hopes of getting future work, I guess. It's still so funny to me that we have a Texan doing a British accent with a Londoner doing an American accent in the same arc of the same game. Yeah. Like, from a complete outside perspective, justify it as much as you want. It's a bunch of it's a bunch of people attacking somebody. Y'all found Jacob Takanashi at the back of the at the freaking parking lot behind the building, and y'all jumped him. And then want to act new, where it's just like, well, that's what we did in 1910 times. Like, no. The big old cum guy. Hi, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. Like, it's so hard to justify. The fact that there was a Star Rail voice actor being like, again, it was a Star Rail voice actor. Fuck it, it was Aiden Rudd being like, yup, we would have beaten him up back then. It was so much more violent back then. He should be thankful that all he's getting is a lashing on Twitter. Not word for word, don't quote me. But he was pretty much being like, doing this shit back then was so much worse. What's the problem? Like, no, sir. No. No, sir, you did not justify your position. You made it worse. No, sir. No, that's not how that works. It doesn't matter if it was different in the 30s and the 40s. People were also actually literally dying in meat factories and like falling into grinders and shit. This is not that. I'm sorry, you can't take this orange and tell me it's an apple. It's not. It's not. I'm sorry. Love your work. Not the same. And then you also have to think, like, and getting shot by Pinkertons. Like, the crazy thing is that some of these voice actors were like also arguing with people on Twitter and calling just the random like Genshin fan, calling Hoyo fans modern day Pinkerton. And it's like, huh? Huh? What? What? What are you, what? What? No. No. It's a lot of red flags went up during this strike, and there's still so many. I'm just glad that for the most part, when it came to new roles like the Amphorius roles and stuff, nobody there was getting any flack. It was mostly people who were like, if you have reoccurring roles, don't show up and shit or whatever. Does that mean I get to punch them in the face? Because if I'm already getting called one, might as well act like one. Joking, don't assault people. It's that thing of also, unfortunately, a lot of these actors did also get a lot of death threats and a lot of like really disgusting, harassing emails. I think Brianna Knickerbocker, who voices Hu Tao, got some really nasty shit sent her way. And it is disgusting what some people said to these actors. And I hate it because it's these sort of actions and it's this sort of behavior that just makes it so hard to have an honest conversation. It's so hard to have an honest conversation. When people were getting on Nathan Noakes, where it was like, Jacob didn't even know about the strike. And some people were like, well, Jacob needs to make a statement. Did he know or did he not know? What's going on here? And it being like, I can understand the sentiment, but like, there were some people where it was like, well, what if he says he doesn't know, but he's lying? And then it's like, okay, and what if he says he did know and he's still lying? I don't see where anybody wins in this situation. Where do we win? Where, like, at that point, I don't blame him for not even bothering with a statement. He loses either way. He either says he knew and everybody's like, ha, fucking scab piece of shit. Or he says that he didn't know and they're like, fucking liar, fucking scab piece of shit. Why even bother opening your fucking mouth? People have already decided. People have already, and that's the problem. That's another problem. People have already decided that he's going to be lying. Whether he knows or not, he's lying. What's the point in saying anything? The dude's in a corner. I wouldn't say anything either. ¿Para qué? Don't even get me started on Kaylee Mills. That she is a piece of work. Holy shit. Holy shit. Cookies and cream meet Kaylee Mills and community notes. Holy shit. The new match made in heaven, bruh. Holy fuck. That's that thing where it was just like, all of y'all needed to listen to Erica Harlacher's new song, Shut the Fuck Up. Some people didn't. If I was a much more volatile, incendiary person, I would have been like, hey girly pop, there's this cool new song you should listen to, and I would just give Erica Harlacher Shut the Fuck Up. Cause bruh, that is, fuck, I'm a horrible person. I'm so sorry, guys. That's that kind of shit where when I saw some of the shit that she was saying on fucking Twitter, that was that thing where I was like, my daddy came into my mind. That was for that brief moment I understood why my dad says the phrase, calladita te ves más bonita. And I hate that fucking phrase. I hate that phrase with a fucking passion. For those who don't know, the term calladita te ves más bonita is the Spanish phrase for you're prettier when you're quiet. I hate that term. I hate that phrase because my dad would say it a lot. And I would keep talking to piss him off. Oh, that is freaking foul. Yes, it is. It's foul. If I was a worse person and I didn't answer with, hey, you should check out Erica Harlacher's new song. I heard it's a fucking banger. I would have been like, calladita te ves más bonita. Calladita te ves más bonita. You are prettier when you're quiet. Because holy shit. Mama, shut up. like, for the people on the SAG side to say that what Erica Harlacher calling out that she had been threatened during the strike, that was the single most damning thing to the strike, the single most damaging thing to the strike. It's just like, have y'all not seen what Karina said? Have y'all not seen what Kaylee posted? Have y'all not seen? You ain't on Twitter, are you? I think his name was like Zeke something. You ain't on Twitter, are you? Show me your follow list. Show me the follow list right now. Who are you following? Who are you following? Show me the list. You don't go to Twitter, do you? You're not on these sites. Keep it that way. But also, hold up. Hold the fucking phone. Hi, Angel Dust. What are we doing? No. No. You can't tell me with some of the things that some of these people said that Erica Harlacher being like, I was threatened to strike, my standing in the union or in the industry in general was put in jeopardy, whether or not I came back to reprise a role in a fucking game. That was the most damning thing. I mean, yeah, there is some truth in the statement. It is a damaging statement to the strike. In that, if the public had known that a lot earlier, y'all would have had no support. Because what do you mean you're threatening people's livelihoods over a strike? But at the same time, these two actors just running their mouth on Twitter. Those were the most damaging in terms of public opinion. That was a lot of favor y'all lost. That was a lot of favor y'all are not getting back. That I'll be surprised if some of y'all get back. It was very hurtful. Very hurtful. And man, it just makes me really sad when I think about it. Because again, it's like these are actors and voice roles that, you know, I even looked up to an extent. Where I was like, damn. Heckin' good job, people. Freaking doing well. I had heard nice things about some of them. And then you see them act like this, and I'm like, I don't want to think these people are horrible people. And to an extent, I don't think these people are horrible people. I don't think, despite what I've heard about Karina, I don't think they're a horrible person. I don't think Kaylee Mills is a horrible person. I don't think Aiden Rudd or any of those other voice actors that jumped on, I don't think they're horrible people. And maybe that's just me wanting to believe that despite some people having very, very ugly sides to them, because that's also what I think happened. Just, we saw the very ugly sides of people during the strike. That they're not horrible people. Because they still had friends. They still had some people being like, they're not this bad on. And again, that's probably my own naivete talking. But this strike brought out the nastiest facets of people. Like, holy shit. I kind of... Like, again, Lynn, we've heard some shit. We've heard some shit about people. But it's that thing of, like, I still, to an extent, want to believe that some of these people aren't just
the fucking recesses of the worst of the worst. Because some of these people had also just been in the industry for a long time. And it's like, what's going on here? But it's that thing of when I really think back. Hey, Rika. When I think back on this is going to be that thing that, because the internet doesn't forget, is going to follow them for a long time. There are going to be indie studios and small indie games that are going to look at these actors and say, I'm not working with you. I'm not working with you. And maybe they agreed with what they said and what they did. But now they're a brand risk. Now they're a brand risk. It's kind of like how when the whole Chris Niozzi thing was happening with Motsu and stuff, how I think Griffin Sunday's VA, I can't remember his last name. That voice actor lost roles. He lost roles. He still held on to Sunday, but he lost some roles in some indie games he was in because of what was happening, because he defended Chris Niozzi. Because they heard the backlash, the fan backlash, and were like, hey, we can't afford to have you in our game. We can't afford to have you in our game and that be the reason it doesn't do well. And that's gonna probably be the same, because here's the problem. Because another thing we also had during the strike was a lot of people turning on one another. We had actors turn on one another and report people to the union for going in and yada yada and all that. But now it's very likely that SAG is going to be a lot stricter on enforcing their global rule 1. And even though actors like Kaylee had outright said, well, we do it all the time. We audition for non-union projects and get into non-union stuff all the time. And some even pay us the union rate and shit like that, whatever it was she said. But she said, we do it all the time. Well, now you won't. Because SAG is gonna probably keep a closer eye now on their actors. And yeah, they're gonna still enforce that that they audition for non-union roles in the hopes of flipping games union. But it's going to be and if you didn't flip it union, you ain't playing that role, or you're gonna start getting fines. Because the union need money. That Crabtree guy makes $1 million a year. Like, God. Apparently a while back, the actor for Athena in Hades. Apparently Hades 2, one of the actors tried to flip it union. Marin Miller. Apparently that was a disaster. In trying to flip the game union. I can't remember exactly why it was a disaster, but apparently it became... it didn't do well for their name. Most of the VAs in the game are in-house. Yeah. And I think maybe it was that thing of like, if Hades 2 became union, then those in-house VAs couldn't work on it anymore or something. I don't know, because unfortunately I still haven't played Hades. But sucks, bro. I feel bad for anybody. Yeah, that was little Karibo's spouse. I think they're also non-binary. I think they're also non-binary. I've talked a little bit, actually, with little Karibo. I'm not going to go into full extent of our messages. All I can say, in the hopes that people can trust me, is that in the conversations that he and I have had about the strike, he has always been cordial and very respectful with me. Despite us having differing opinions. Before the Jacob Takanashi situation, and even a little bit during, we conversed, and he outright told me that if anybody is actually outright harassing and threatening voice actors to not return or reprise roles and stuff, that he wasn't going to stand and support those. Obviously, his spouse is a SAG actor and is very involved in the voice industry. He was in the voice industry as well until the fact that he worked on Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged unfortunately squandered some of his opportunities, which is a huge shame. But the times I've conversed with him, we have been very cordial. He has been very nice to me. He has been very open to opposition. And I've seen some dialogues that he's had with people on Blue Sky, where as long as they're not coming with overly aggressive dialogue, because you also have to consider that text can read a certain way, that you have to kind of come in with disclaimers if you're using incendiary language. But I've seen him have conversations with people that are on opposing sides, and both parties have been very, very cordial. He is a very nice guy. And I do wholeheartedly believe that he believes that the cause and the strike and the thing was for AI, was for the future of the industry, and was for the good of it. It just sucks how everything happened. A shame that companies don't want to associate with the Bridgers. Yeah. I mean, yes, but it's also mostly localizers. Because for the most part, a lot of these, like, companies don't even know they exist. Like, when you hear about, like, the fact that people in Team 4-Star were able to do somewhat industry stuff, and the only person that was very vocal about their dislike was Sean Schemmel. Makes me think it was localizer. Well, makes me think it was localizer. Really? Yeah. Yeah, kinda, yeah. Kinda, yeah. Again, I could be wrong. I'm not gonna act like I know his story or the exact words he was told. But, like, I don't know. Some companies might know of the existence of these, like, abridged works and parodies and stuff. I know Japan, when it comes to certain copyright, can be a fucking hell and a half. And usually it feels like it's localizers. I don't know. But I couldn't Please don't take my word for it. Little Karibo has said that him being the person behind Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged has unfortunately cost him voice acting opportunities and stuff. And it's very likely that it came all the way from the top, as in Japan. Unfortunately, I don't remember if he ever specified that much. I don't know. I don't know. They're not my stories to tell. Just like how when Little Karibo pointed out that he has some sources to back up whether or not Nathan Noakes was lying or was lied to. And people were like, well, give us the receipts. Not his story to tell. Not his receipts to give out. And shit like that. I can totally understand people looking at that and getting a little shifty-eyed, like, exit out. But unfortunately, as much as people like to kick up a fuss and a stink on Twitter and ask and demand proof and receipts and stuff, you're not privy to that. You're not privy to that. That's not your right. You have no right to that, actually. This happened a week or so ago, where, if some of you guys know, a long time ago, Logan and I used to be together. I'm not gonna go too into it, but it was a very messy breakup. Things went public. ABC, XYZ. Before joining Nat 19 and before Devils Might Surrender, we released statements about the situation and how we resolved things in private and generally met in the middle and decided to move on. About 2 weeks ago, I got a random DM by, I'm gonna say nobody on Twitter, because they didn't have a profile picture. They didn't have any posts, despite the account having existed for about a year or so. A random DM that kind of made my chest tighten up. And they were pretty much being like, so you and the Azure Crow had this falling out and stuff, and these accusations were thrown around, and now you just play Dungeons and Dragons with him? Kind of crazy how that happened. Like, care to explain? And it took me a bit. And I just pretty much was like, here's a statement from 5 years ago when we resolved this. I don't have to tell you anything. I don't have to tell you anything. I shouldn't even be responding to you. What was the exact thing I said? What was the exact thing they said? Donnie the fuck, yeah, right? They put just a question. I found some posts you made about how much of a terrible person Logan was, saying some pretty intense stuff, including him and in one of the allegations. Now suddenly you're playing D&D games run by him. What's up with all that? Just seems like a pretty crazy change. And I put, again, my statements. Because TwitLonger went down, they were thankfully saved on the Wayback Machine, which Logan and we both archived into their respective Google documents so that we have them saved on our ends. But I linked him to that, and I said, I don't owe you a response. I am still in touch with people involved. We settled things in private. The situation is complicated. More than anyone has a right to know. Whether this statement satisfies you or not is not my problem. Everyone's chosen to move on. Have a nice day. But what I'm really mostly getting at is, when it comes to the stories, when it comes to the evidence, when it comes to all that shit, if you want to demand for that stuff, go right ahead. But you are not privy to that information. It is not your right to ask for it. If you get it, then great, I guess. If not, go find something else to seethe and whine about on Twitter. All you guys need to know is that all the parties involved, one way or another, sorry, I'm like, my eyes are getting a little itchy. One way or another, all parties involved either chose to move on, to simply ensure contact was minimal to none. Because it was all so long ago, it was like, we're just moving on. We can't, some things that could meet a resolution, it was just, well, let's maybe exchange apologies and move on. And there's still some things that are in progress. But it happens when it happens. But as far as all parties are concerned, we just want to live our lives. Like, I wouldn't say it got 100% resolved, Ryfan. I wouldn't say that. Because every party didn't walk out and been like, everything's A-okay, we're all good now. No. It's just me and Logan. I don't forgive. I don't forget. I just want to move on with my life. I'm done. Same thing with him. And with the other person, they're just living their life. I do not speak for them. She is happy where she's at. And that's it. It was a long time ago. Whatever happened, you can't, unfortunately, one side says X, one side says Y, and there's unfortunately nothing that can be put on the table as definitive proof. It's one person's word over the other. But none of us are the same people we were that time. And whether conversations still happen, if true apologies are said, and whatever, that's on them. My side of all of this has more or less been resolved, and the resolution I chose was that I'm moving on. And that's it. So I don't know if that person is someone who follows me, whoever sent that message, because at the end of the day, I'm not even mad at them. I'm not even in a how dare you sort of thing. I'm not. I already know that with the statements I've made way back when, and 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and now, we're probably going to be getting those questions. And every time I do, I'm going to answer it like I'm answering it now. Here is a statement. It's none of your business. Everyone has chosen their resolution, and we don't talk about it anymore. If you don't like that, or if that's not satisfying enough, tough shit. Tough shit. None of your business. There you go. So I bought a salt lamp today. I bought a salt lamp. I bought a $20 one. Those pink salt lamps. Heckin'. Oh boy, salt. Yo, salt. Don't eat. Don't eat it. No, I won't. I keep it away from pets. Eat a little bit. Well, so here's the here's the thing. I was grocery shopping today. And I had always heard about how like a salt lamp is actually like kind of good for you because it releases a lot of negative ions and it kind of like helps improve shit. I don't know if any of this is fucking substantiated by any scientific evidence, but if you talk to me smart, I'll believe you. You never heard of a salt lamp, Hero? It's those, you ever see those big hunk of rock salts that are like pinky orange? And sometimes there's a lamp in it. It's a salt lamp. But heckin', I was grocery shopping and I had to get, with our grocery store, the, certain thing, with our grocery store, all the home and health stuff are one side and all the food is on the other side, and in between is where there's like clothes and home life and house life stuff. And so I had to grab toothbrushes from one side of the store and then had to traverse through the home and living aisle and stuff. I actually found this really cute like Jurassic Park like snuggy looking thing that had like a plushy T-Rex head, and the first thing I thought of was a Jester's nephew and how like we should get it for him, but he's gonna be like 7 this year, so like I'm not sure if he's getting too old for it, but I'm also kind of like, bruh, but it's a T-Rex. It's a T-Rex. So I don't know, bruh, but heckin' I walked through like the home and living stuff. And sometimes I kind of just like to look around like the little art aisle and like the like cute like decor and stuff. And they've got like all these lights and they've got these fairy lights and all these like funny table lamps and little neon stuff. Like there's those little gamer neon ones that you can like put on your desk or hang on a wall or something. And I saw 2 salt lamps. I saw one of those big hunky dunky ones. And it was like $25. And then I saw a small one that's like from the brand Justice, like that little girl teeny bopper brand. And it's Justice, and it's a much smaller one, but it's still like $20. And it's a moon-shaped, a crescent moon-shaped salt lamp. And I'm just kind of looking at it for a minute, and I'm like, Jester's mom has like a salt lamp thing in her office. And I know like big like feng shui people and, you know, like alternate health people and stuff like these salt lamps. And I've heard good things about these salt lamps. But I don't really want like a big hunk of salt in my fucking house, in my fucking apartment. This is kind of cute. It's only $20. So I grabbed it. And now, I'm looking at it right now. It's just kind of chilling. It's lit. It's got a USB cord. So because the power bar that's around there also has USB ports, I just plugged it there, and apparently according to its like care instructions, the first time around you're supposed to have it on for 24 hours. And I'm kind of like, okay. And yeah, apparently you're not supposed to let it get like moist, and I guess you're supposed to keep it away from pets. But at the same time, it's like, it's just salt. I did give it like a little lick. I was curious. I was just kind of like, is it really salt? And then I was like, I gave it like the little tip of my tongue, like, the littlest mlem, littlest mlem. Yes, eat the lamp. The tiniest mlem. And yeah, it is in fact salt. So at least I know that. At least I got exactly what I paid for. I paid for a lamp with salt, a salt lamp. How'd it taste? Salty. It tasted salty. Again, I don't know what's going to become of this. I also don't know what you're supposed to do when the light bulb dies. Maybe it's like an LED. I don't know. I didn't look that far, but it didn't say anything about like if the battery dies, if the bulb dies. So maybe it's something. I think the light is supposed to be just enough so that if it does slightly heat up the salt, the ions are released. I don't fucking know, but I gave it the slightest little lick because I was curious. But it looks nice. It looks nice. It's a nice little desk lamp that has a USB cord, which I'm not putting it on my desk because I want to conserve my desk space. You're supposed to just crush the whole lamp down and sprinkles it on some fries, I think. I have a feeling that's not what you do. I have a feeling that's not what you do. It is heavy. It is kind of heavy for its size. So it's definitely a salt rock. But fucking, oh, excuse me. But yeah, I bought it. So now we're jumping this new venture of our lives that I've got a salt lamp. I'm not gonna say anything when Jester comes home. Because there's a small part of me that doesn't think he's gonna notice it. He might though. I feel like he will. But there's a part of me that doesn't think he'll notice. And it'll be really, really funny if he doesn't. And if he does notice, he's mostly gonna be like, how do I turn this off? Because it doesn't have an off switch. You just plug it in and it's on. We'll see. We'll see if he notices or not. But I'm not gonna say anything. I'm imagining that when you tell him, he's gonna also need to lick it. I don't think he will. He doesn't give in to intrusive thoughts like that. He's probably gonna be like, you licked it, didn't you? He's gonna be like, you licked it, didn't you? And I'm gonna be like, yeah. And then he's gonna laugh because he knows I would lick it. He's not gonna lick it. He's like, he's gonna be like, I don't know where that's been. But yeah, heckin', he's gonna laugh and ask how it taste. Like, was it salty? Probably, yeah, probably. Oh my god, when was the last time I had a Coke? I bought this cherry Coke too when I was grocery shopping because I was like, not all the time, not every time I grocery shop, but sometimes I'll walk out and I'll be like, I'm gonna get me a different fizzy from my usual fizzy waters as a treat. I got a cherry Coke. And man, was it good. It's been a long time since I've had like a not sugar-free, like a not diet soda. That's cute, the dynamic. It's been a hot moment, you know. You licked it, didn't you? Saggy with the raid. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Hello, everybody. Hi, Saggy. Oh, excuse you. I'm doing a heckin' yawning. I'm sorry. Did you ever lick Switch cartridges? Oh, absolutely.
You know how they put stuff in there? I licked every one. Hello, Raiders. Hello. We're just having a chill vibe, just chatting. My name is Squeaky Chiona. I'm a magical girl VTuber, and we're usually playing Kingdom Hearts, but right now I'm just kind of chill vibing. We've talked about a couple topics. We're doing a bit more of like a chill vibes with a little bit of real talk here and there. So like, for those who might or might not be interested, I totally understand if you want to keep it chill. That being said, we did a little earlier talk about the state of the world, so we're done with that. We talked a good little bit about the SAG strike, and the ish that the voice actors are still getting into on Twitter, but we are, for the most part, done with that. I actually might even split that part of my stream and maybe make it a highlight just because I wanted to kind of share my opinion. Because, like an old bully used to say about me, I always got shit to say. I was in a dark scene Minecraft stream and my eyes were blasted bright white pink. Hello, Zelda Shroom. Hello. Sorry. I could dim it down for you if you so wish. Here we go. There we are. There you go. Does that make everything better? There we go. We dimmed it down. We turned down the lights. I'm sorry. Gotta be considerate of those peepers. You let me know if that's any better, Zelda. I like that you talk about stuff. It's also just been a hot moment since we've just kind of sat and talked. Again, like normally, we just kind of just chill vibing. The girly girl pastels are too much for the dark room lurk. Yeah, again, we're just having cozy time. Thank you, Rika Hunt, for the cuddles. No offense. Whew. Yeah, there we go. Dark mode for your viewing pleasure. After the week I've had, I need it, not gonna lie. Yeah, no, we're just being comfy. We're just being comfy. Again, we might be doing. Is that a pigeon? It's a blue-footed booby. But to be fair, he is very rotund at the moment. He's kind of chilling there. Heckin', I could. Where's my? Oh, where's I don't know if I want him to read every single thing, but we can do that, and then.
I'm not fat, just filled with love.
Yeah. Heckin'. But yeah, this is my chat pet Bernard. For those who want to know where I got him, it's actually a blop model that you can easily get. I've linked to the. I can't remember the name of the artist, but I did definitely credit their Ko-fi. I think it's free, but I think you also pay for it. But I know if it was paid for, they definitely gave them money. It was like $10. I can't remember. But yeah, we're just having chill, cozy vibes. Again, thank you so much for the heckin' raid. I hope you are chilling out, maxing, relaxing, all cool, and heckin' get a snack, heckin' take a nap. For those who are here again, anything. Get a stretch, get a drink, adjust your balls, and just kind of sit back and just kind of chill. Just kind of chill. Heckin'. I was just talking about like a salt lamp that I bought. And we're gonna see what happens with it. I don't think it's going to be necessarily life-changing. I don't know if there's any scientifically proven benefits to having a salt lamp, but apparently it releases much needed negative ions into the air, not only improving air quality and helping with things like allergies and stuff, but also just helping cleanse a lot of negative energy. Apparently that's what they're for.
Oh, that reminds me, Squeaky, what are your thoughts on the FF Magic cards?
I don't play Magic the Gathering. So I don't have any thought because I don't play the game. Oh, goodness, excuse me. That being said,
Hi.
hi,
I don't
Ari.
play Magic the Gathering either, but I've gone out and bought packs to collect prettier. I don't play either, but I did almost buy the Graha one for my friend.
You tempt me, tasty siren, and I shall not be pested. EP. It's more so that thing of I'm unfortunately the kind of person that these sort of things are definitely not targeted for.
My opinion on Magic, some of the cards look cool.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, for me, I don't like card games. So, that already has it going against it. I unfortunately just do not like card games, or I'm very, very indifferent to card games. When it comes to the fact that it's Final Fantasy, that is very, very cool. That's awesome. Unfortunately,
That's understandable.
Unfortunately, a collaboration that pretty much just comes down to nice card art is unfortunately also not enough to really draw that much of my interest to buy it. I've seen the art. There's a lot of gorgeous art. I think it's really cool that Final Fantasy has such a big collaboration with Magic, and that almost, I think none of it has been AI, which is great. That was a worry some people were having. Again, very, very beautiful art from like all facets of the Final Fantasy franchise, which is very, very cool.
Okay, but if you just get lucky, that's like 2000% returns on your investment.
But that's the problem. It's if I get lucky and if someone's
You
willing
saying
to
a piece
buy
of
them.
shiny cardboard isn't worth your Final Fantasy money?
That is
XD.
exactly what I'm saying. It's that thing of if people want to buy it and they want to like physically hold them and collect
I
them.
bought the Fang and Vanilli ones for my friends who were a couple, 3.
Yeah. If that's what if that's what people want to buy and stuff, no disrespect there. Do what makes you happy. But with me, it's that kind of thing of like, I'm fine appreciating from afar. I'm fine looking at people like scanning the cards and showing the art, or just seeing the full-blown things. Like, that's the kind of thing of like, if I cared enough, I would probably prefer to buy prints of the card art and not the card themselves.
But funny giant cactus card, it is very funny.
It probably is.
So on a completely different subject, the new model is looking amazing from what we saw in the Hannah video.
Oh my
no, but
god.
That's so honest and a way healthier mindset.
This is also that thing of Ari. It's also why, like, unfortunately, a lot of gacha games kind of don't work on me. Because it's like, well, don't you want that character? Don't you want the thing? And I'm like, do I want a PNG? Do I want a 3D model?
The videos have been making your god mode look wonderful.
Yes, I am so excited. But yeah, well, the reason a lot of gacha things don't work for me is like, I can love a character, but not enough to pull. Like, I love Cypher. After 3.3 of Star Rail, I love Cypher. I don't want to pull for her.
I am hyped for new model.
And that's that thing where it's like, I enjoy Finan. I don't want to pull for Finan. I love the Final Fantasy Magic the Gathering card art. I don't want to buy the cards. Even if they were available for prints, I'd be kind of very about
Gonna
buying
have
them.
to get a figure of new model and send it to you eventually.
Oh god, Crazy
With the art
Fox.
style of your model reminds me of an Amori character called Dobry.
The art style of my model, is it this
That's
current
how I
one?
felt about Hyacinth, but then caved only because I wanted a new healer. See, I'm a sucker for trading cards. If you made Squeaky Kiona trading cards, I'd buy all of those.
I'll be sure to let y'all know if any of these VTuber card things decide to let me in. I can't promise anything. I've already said in the past that if I ever get put into these VTuber card games, I purposefully want my cards to suck. I want my cards to be like fucking flip a coin. If heads, you lose. If tails, play a different game. Like, I am going to be
Look,
like
I don't
the
think
worst.
anyone's playing cards for the gameplay.
That is fair. It's that it's also because V card's not a good game. But
Squeaky card that forces you to play Monopoly instead. Squeaky, lose 1000 life points.
throw out your deck.
Why do you have Zootopia sheep in the background, JK?
That's my sheep. That's my sheep. That's Polo. My sheep. Isn't she cute?
If heads play Magic, if tails play Yu-Gi-Oh. Squeaky card, heads I win, tails you lose. I can half relate. I started playing Zenless cause I heard it slapped, but Ellen Joe was the last straw and I got it. Surprisingly, Ellen is a character I failed to pull and then I never tried again. That is her sheep. Her favorite sheep.
My favorite sheep.
Squeaky will probably panic if I send another figure to her.
God, Crazy Fox. Like, that's that thing where if...
I love that your text-to-speech is Welsh BTW.
I think it's
Cute sheep.
That's that thing, Crazy Fox, because, like,
Hayden.
my normal form is fine.
I too am indifferent about Magic, like when they collabed with Transformers. The cards looked cool, but that's it.
Yeah, pretty much. That's that thing where, like, again, it's that thing of, like, if...
Squeaky comes into play tapped in with 2 stun counters. Flavor text hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Oh god BRB, I need to use the restroom.
Yep. That's that thing where when it comes to certain media...
I love how all the TTS is constantly causing her to jump from conversation to conversation.
I will have to, like,
Lemumbling.
pause the auto read for a second there, just so I can stay on 8, so I don't bounce too much. But it's fun that you guys get to have Bernard once in a while. I just have to take him away for a second so I can, like, address topics. When it comes to the card game and stuff, or like card games and like 95% of gachas, with me, if most of my enjoyment is going to come from looking at the thing and just having the thing, then I don't really find much need to need it, if that makes sense. I don't need Cypher. I don't have a lot of the units. I think Cypher is supposed to be a very volatile unit. A very versatile unit. But I just don't really have much interest in her kit to want to make it work. She's fun in the Galactic Baseballer stuff, but nothing about her, not much about her made me feel like I need to get her. And I don't feel like I'm losing anything by not having her, if that makes any sense. There are characters that I love and that I'm just like, well, I want to pull for them. I gotta pull for them. But it's not that I have to. It's because I want to. There's been a misunderstanding. We came here to steal... Oh, okay. It's just epic. But, yeah. That's that thing where a lot of gachas, thing, most of most of Gacha's thing is that it's trying to make you feel like you're missing out on something if you don't pull on a character. I don't particularly feel like I'm going to lose anything if I don't get Cypher. I did feel like there was a little part of me that it was like, if I don't pull for Hyacinth, things might get a little tricky. And as Pure Fiction and Memory of Chaos and Apocalyptic Shadow, as those things get crazier and crazier, I'm going to need better sustains. I don't have a lot of sustains. My best sustain is Aventurin. Having another good sustain is not going to hurt my account. And Hyacinth, when it comes to sustains and buffers, they have so much more longevity in these types of games than DPSs. Yeah, Cypher's super versatile. I don't know if she's strictly best in slot for any team, but she is extremely good in almost every challenge mode lineup. So that's that thing where it's like Hyacinth will work pretty well with most teams, I think. Aventurin is just an easy slot in. I need to consider a secondary team. And I already know one that I just kind of threw together was Hyacinth, Anaxa, Mighty, and Tribi. Easy team. Easy team. And then I have my usual Argenti, Herta, Aventurin, and then I kind of just threw Sparkle back in for good measure. But or if I don't want to, or if I need Tribi for them, I'll just put Remembrance Trailblazer on the team with Hyacinth. Like, Cass, Mighty, Mem, Trailblazer, and Laucha have been so good. Yeah. So what I've been mostly trying to make sure is that I even have like a secondary sustainable team, so that I can do stuff. I think Pure Fiction updated. I think it was either Pure Fiction or Forgotten Hall that updated that I have to do for them gems. It's still criminal how good your boot hill is and how little you use him. He's there to be mine. He's there to be mine. What the fudge? Yeah, no, my boot hill's apparently really good, at least among the people in the group. And that's without Eidolons. I don't have Eidolons. One second. But yeah. Unfortunately, the feeling of missing out with gacha games doesn't really affect me too much. So I can just kind of pass. Boot Hill is there as a treat. The time I pull for characters is if I want them. I don't always pull if I need them. Like, what helped with Anaxa was I needed wind rep, but I love Anaxa. So I was like, boom, easy. So Squeaky, for no reason whatsoever, do you have an image of your power-up form that also shows the back? So I see what you're doing there, Crazy Fox, and we're gonna jump into that topic in a bit. First off, unfortunately, no, I don't. Second, when it comes to my super form for a figure, because of all the detail, because I've looked at the artist you commissioned, and I saw that they offer like the bigger scale figure. And that's the one that I'm just like, that's the one, because there's so much detail in the big like god form model. There's so much detail, but I also know it's going to be so expensive. Super form, are you a Pokemon? No, it's called a mega form. That's a mega form, silly. But yeah, as far as I know, I don't have any back view of it. I know I don't have one. But I think it's... I think it's fair to assume that the back is just like a corset and that the like quilted look is all around. Where's the sheet? Embroidered skirt, diamond quilt pattern. Yeah, because I definitely don't have a back view. Where's my... Oh wait, I just noticed the art in the back, Squeaky. What are the two pics in the middle lower part? Middle lower part? Like that? Over there, behind me? Like that? Yeah. Also, Din. Mwah. Hello. Also, Bard with the horny bong. Hello. Asumiku? Does that look like... That's not Miku. What? Loving the background? Yeah. Heckin', another... Yeah. But yeah, Crazy Fox, you don't have to get another figure of me. Because if it's the super form, I already know that, like, it would have to be big because of all the attention to detail. It would just be so much. And also, yeah, I don't have a back view, so there would have to be a lot of assumption on the artist's part. And I don't want to put anybody through that trouble. Have to and want to are very different. Hi, Spicy. Hello. Heckin'. Let's see what else. Somebody hit the Boot Hill cover of Burning Desires. There was also something else. I was just bouncing around because the Texas beach went freaking heckin' crazy. Yeah, I guess it comes back to card games are kind of like with gacha games for me. If it's just to appreciate the fact that I have something, it doesn't do it for me. For the most part, I say thinking back to the salt lick that I impulse bought, not the salt lick, the salt lamp I impulse bought earlier today. When I get something, I usually think about what I can do with it. I say this knowing there's not really much I can do with a salt lamp, but I heard that it has properties that improve your life. I don't know yet. It's okay, I waited years before getting base form. By the time the new form is around for a few years, I'm sure we'll get something to use as a reference. Maybe, who knows? I'm pretty sure some assumptions can be made based on the art. Like that big fluffy, that big poofy skirt, back skirt is has the quilted design all around. Like, I think it's mostly the back of the corset, which I'm pretty sure we can assume is a certain way. Yeah. I can... Oh. Lord. What if we played card games on motorcycles? Nah, that sounds dangerous. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that at all. Gotta head off? Have a good night, Ray fan. Thanks for stopping by. How are you with scary horror games like Resident Evil? I, funnily enough, haven't played a single Resident Evil or Silent Hill game. We've played Outlast. We've played Soma. Funnily enough, I have Me Side, but I haven't played it. I have Phasmophobia, but I haven't played it. We never finished. I'd have to start it over again, in all honesty. Visage. We never finished. I scare really easy, but I think I'm pretty okay with horror games. I play a lot of indie. I found myself playing a lot of indie because I've played Little Goody Two Shoes. I really enjoyed that. I played Pocket Mirror, Ib, Witch's House, Spoopy Game Night. I usually save those for that might be a charity goal. Once we start doing the charity live stream. Mostly because again, it's something that I don't get to do often. It's mostly just thinking what we can do. Like, we'll probably do like a Spoopy Game Night on a day kind of like this where we have a lot more time. Oh, excuse me. And probably knock out a lot of those shorter horror games. But we'd have to see where they go. We'd have to see where they go. Ah, man. I'm trying to think also. This lo-fi song is really, really relaxing. Holy moly. I'm thinking, cause what time is it? I think Jester. When did I hear the lock on the door? I think I heard it just before 11. That tells me that Jester will be home in another hour. The rest of the chicken is definitely his. And what I'll probably do before bed tonight, we still have some chicken breasts. I'm probably gonna season and grill those tomorrow. No, tomorrow's Father's Day. I gotta still figure out what I told Jester to figure out what we're doing for Father's Day. And it seems like we have plans now, but not on Father's Day. But I've also already made secondary plans because I gotta talk with some of the people doing, I've got some projects in the work that I need to talk to some people about. But that's like late Sunday. No idea. What's your fave kind of cake? Oh. I love cheesecake. I love cheesecake so much. Something I don't buy very often is ice cream, because I have to really crave ice cream. But recently, I say recently, but it was a couple days ago. I had to go to the post office, and freaking Canada Post is on strike again. Yay! I really hope it doesn't fuck my shit up. But recently, I had to mail some tax documents because my uncle helped me with my taxes. But the IRS didn't like my signature, and they don't believe I did it. They believe it was photocopied, which it wasn't. It was a digital signature. So they sent me a lot of my tax files back. So I had to sign it again, and I used a blue pen this time. That way there's, plausible deniability because it's, my fucking actual signature. And I had to send those. So after I sent those at shop, because our Shoppies is close to the post office.
I asked my stepdad to adopt me for Father's Day. I'm in my 20s, but it made him have a mental restart. Heckin', I sent my stuff, then I went to Shoppies, and I just went to check if there was anything there. And they had their ice cream on rollback. They had a pint of ice cream for $4.50. So I bought a salted caramel ice cream. I still have some dark chocolate chips in my fridge. They're getting really cold, I'm pretty sure. And I'm probably, if I get like a really bad sweet crave, I'm gonna have that salted caramel ice cream with dark chocolate chips. It's so good. Trust when I say it's so good. It's like pregnancy crave. Oh. That's those kind of those are those kind of cravings that that genuinely scare me, and I look at Jester and I'm like, Jester, I think I'm pregnant. But I'm not. Don't worry, I'm not pregnant. I'm not pregnant. And then I didn't notice until after the fact, but knowing my stomach, it's probably for the best. A Ben & Jerry's like strawberry cheesecake pint that's non-dairy. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm kind of excited. I'm kind of excited for that. Can't wait. Pregante. My pregante. God. You know what's really funny is that I don't get baby fever and stuff like that. I get kitten fever. I get kitten fever where I look at cats and I want one so bad. But I haven't had that since last week. Ooh! Heckin' Gliscanor. Hello, hello, welcome. Heckin' kittens are cuter than babies. They are. Fact. But I haven't had any semblance of kitten fever. I have seen Carrie's new kitten, but I've also seen how tired and distressed Carrie is because of her new kitten. And just like that, the kitten fever has evaporated. Like, there's a part of me that still wants a kitten. Pero la cosa es... You do the Valley Girl so good. But the problem is that I know that with what we do and the time we have, getting a kitten is just not in the stars. I want it to be able to give it the love and affection it deserves. And while due to our working schedules, there's at least always someone here in the apartment to give it attention and love, we're almost always on the fucking computer. I would take a cat over a child because they have medical bills, but not as much as a human. Yes and no. You can also roll low and get a very sickly cat. Damn, Squeaky, you do the Valley Girl so damn good. The duality of love, it makes you so happy, but it worries you so much. Yeah, but if you're on the computer all the time, the kitten will walk over and demand attention. I need to show my parrot some more love. It's more so that thing of like, I would want to spend time with it and spoil it and stuff, but I also have so much that I do online and on the computer that I can't neglect that. So I don't feel like I could fairly give it the attention and the time that it deserves to be given. I feel like that's not fair to it. You know? Just because I want the cat doesn't mean I need the cat. Doesn't mean the cat needs me. That sort of stuff. And yeah, I also feel like if I had the instance of I'm trying to work and the cat's being all up on the keyboard, I would just take the cat and put it down. But like, get off. Get off. And then it's like, okay, you're going in the carrier. You're going on timeout. I would put my cat on timeout. Oh my god, a giveaway. Oh my goodness. We've got a heckin' giveaway for a Squeaky's Brain Rot steel tumbler. And for those heckin' crazy fox with the heckin' giveaway. Press exclamation point enter to enter the giveaway. You can even click the link that's in that note there so that you can see what the giveaway item is for. It is for a stainless steel tumbler that is good for your hot or cold drinks that's got me plastered all over it. But not just me. It's art made by Dindin of me and my various characters. So if you love Marile, if you love Trin, if you love Mei Li, if you love Polo, if you love Yome, in a way, they're all over this tumbler. You can also select it in white if you would prefer a white background. And again, it also comes with a straw so you can put in your cold drinks, but the straw does not have to be used and your tumbler can still close. How much does it hold, you ask? It holds 20 ounces. That is a venti. That is exactly one Starbucks femboy that you can fit into this tumbler. Or, you know, like a monster and a half. Crazy with the big propaganda, it's working. So yeah, enter that heckin' giveaway. Get a heckin' tumbler for those who want one. Again, thank you, Crazy Fox, for gifting the community with some heckin' things. I was thinking of doing a merch giveaway too, for the charity stream. I just would have to think about which one would be best. Speaking of squeaky merch, I don't know if I said this yet, but my mom really loves the mug I got. She loves the design. Oh, hell yeah. I'm glad. Funny, so was I. She's been using it a lot for coffee. Wait, when's the charity stream? So the charity stream is going to be from the 27th. It's going to be the VTuber, the Gamers Outreach VTuber SummerSlam. I was invited to be a part of it again. It's going to be, on my end, June 27th, 28th, and 29th. It's going to be for Gamers Outreach, which, for those who don't know, is a charity foundation funded to bringing video games to children in hospitals. It funds further little things called go-karts that essentially is like those little wheelie tables that instead of holding like medicine and stuff, it has a console and a TV, and it allows children in hospitals to play video games and be able to enrich themselves or even play online. Hey, Mithril Kobold winning the heckin' giveaway! Be sure to click that heckin' link there so that you can redeem. It'll ask you to link your Twitch. Not so much link your Twitch, but verify your Twitch. That way you can claim it. And congratulations. And thank you again, Crazy Fox. But yeah, heckin', it's for a really good cause, and it's through Tiltify, so you don't have to worry about the money going anywhere dubious or anything like that. I know there was a recent VTuber scandal about charity and shit, and the money was going through Tiltify, which meant that it was all legit and that VTuber was just being slandered. But yeah, Tiltify is a very reputable place to make sure that all charity funds go to where they need to go. I haven't quite yet approached Din, because normally with these charity streams, at least the past 2 times, Din has been gracious enough to donate some of her art so that we can like incentivize donations and stuff. I think Din's been pretty busy lately, so I'm not gonna speak for her. If she wishes to do the same, then I would love to figure something out. It would probably be along the same thing as we usually do, essentially YCH emotes. No, I'm in if you need me. We'll talk about it. Cause I would love to offer some art incentives. Something that isn't too demanding on you. That, you know, that we can do. We'll probably also maybe do, I'm not quite sure about like a raffle, like a big art raffle, because I know that took some time to get done because you were pretty swamped. Yeah, maybe Scabs? We'll see. We'll see, because I know we've got like the YCH emotes always do really well. Maybe some Scabs. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we can offer.
it's all for a good cause. Obviously, neither Din nor I would be seeing any of that money because it's going to the kid. But I've got those incentives. I'm thinking of maybe leaking a little bit of the Polo model, maybe leaking the Camden audio that made me freak out. Although, again, if you've been in Deco streams, you probably already heard it. We'll think about it. But it is a much smaller goal. The past couple years, I think we did 3,000. I think this one is just gonna be 2,000. Because I also know times have been pretty tough. So I know that not everybody would be able to pitch in. So something a little bit more reachable will be fine, will be nice. Obviously we're gonna have things like spicy noodles, spicy karaoke. We can probably obviously do some horror night. We're gonna have a stretch goal. Hell yeah. What spicy songs? We're not sure yet. Honestly, we might do some spicy Epic the Musical. Maybe some spicy Epic the Musical. Just because I don't have to worry about content ID as well if it's Epic the Musical. So, like, what makes it spicy? The 2 times spicy noodles. We'll be having the 2 times spicy noodles. So here's gonna be the kicker with this. Sorry, I just got back, but I heard spicy music and I got back. So here's the thing, what I'm thinking of doing. Also, welcome back, Bard. I'm thinking of doing spicy noodles. And if we hit the next goal above that, then I'll be adding the bomb hot sauce to it. So it'll be the Bulldog 2 times spicy noodles with the bomb hot sauce from Hot Ones. And we will do a karaoke with songs from Epic the Musical. Oh, I was about to say, just because they didn't wear underwear doesn't make it spicy. No. But yeah, I was thinking because the spicy noodles are always fun. People enjoy that. There will be a stretch goal. The stretch goal is going to be Persona 4 Golden. People who have been around my streams will know that I hate this game. I have not finished this game. I am in fact stuck. And the stretch goal is going to be playing Persona 4 Golden again, with the catch that I need to be inebriated. Whether it's going to be drunk Persona or high Persona is still up to be decided, but it's gonna be one of them. It's gonna be like Drunk Inuyasha, but it's going to be something Persona. So either high Persona or drunk Persona. Because of how the charity stream functions and doesn't like certain things being used as rewards, or at least doesn't want to seem like it's promoting certain activities, we're gonna call it hard mode Persona. Okay? We're gonna call it hard mode Persona. Hi, Sona. We're gonna call it hard mode Persona because games are a lot harder when I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. So that's going to be a stretch goal. And what I mean by a stretch goal, handicapped Persona, maybe. I don't know. I don't want to call it handicap Persona or Persona with a handicap. It just feels weird to call it that. We'll call it hard mode Persona or challenge mode Persona. And that will be a stretch goal. And by a stretch goal, I'm going to say because whether it's liquor or weed gummies, it's going to be kind of expensive on my part to gather the materials for this. So I'm going to make, so even though I'm not seeing any of the money, I'm going to make the stretch goal a bit of a hefty one. So I don't want it to be something that you guys can just easily get. Persona, is that the game where Kirby got a gun? I don't know, maybe. I don't know, maybe. But heckin', I definitely want to throw that in as a stretch goal. So if the goal is the main goal for the entire charity is $2,000, I'll probably make the stretch goal $2,500. Maybe. We'll see. Along with, again, the usual batch of incentives, the art incentives and things like that. We'll see where that goes. I know another thing I want to do, and I want to do this to kind of like stop being a weenie, but I want to plan a VTuber collab with some of my art siblings. I don't really know them, but we have like a collab planning channel on our Discord, and I kind of want to plan a collab with the gene pool. So it would definitely be one way to like make me accountable and be like, hey, you know, people donated to figure out this collab. Heckin', go talk to your VTubers. Go talk to your to your Roxo VTuber siblings and set up something. Whether it be Content Warning or Lethal Company or Repo. Repo seems like the big one. That'll be up to debate, though Repo seems like the best one. Who's your VTuber mama? I have plenty VTuber parents, but I've got mamas, and we also have a papa. Roxo is my papa. I'm gonna be adding another one soon. For Noe. Because not only did she work on the Polo model, that will also be an incentive that we can leak. But they're also working on something else for me that if you've been keeping up with me on Twitter, you've probably seen some leaks of. But I have some other things. When's the VTuber on? Not really how they work. But when it comes to stuff I'm working on with Noe, I have some things that I can leak, that I'm actually excited to kind of hint at. Stuff in the works. So we'll have those as incentives as well. I'm being called for D&D. Have a good night. Thank you for spending time. But yeah, we can we'll definitely have some stuff like that. It'll be fun. I know I am probably going to be doing something different from my usual weekend stuff, just to make the weekend a little bit different. So we'll probably be doing some group collabs. So I'll see if I can maybe do some repo. I'm not sure quite yet what I'm gonna be doing, because I know it's so easy to just like do what I usually do, but I want to make something out of it. Unfortunately, that Friday I am gonna be working, so it'll be a much later nighttime stream. Saturday we do have Gilligan's, so that'll be a whenever I can until midnight. We might do some group stuff. We might do some repo. It might be a lot of repo. It might just be repo. Maybe we'll do some Lethal Company too. I don't know. We'll figure it out. I wanna make it something fun, but I'm unfortunately not sure yet. But we'll figure it out. And
And then, what other incentives was I thinking of? What other incentives? See, there's some projects that I'm working on that aren't even far enough that I have anything to show. And what I do have, I don't want to show because it would give the projects away. So, like, trust me when I say I'm working on stuff, but I can't share any of it. Bruh. Oh! There's a couple other things I can show. And they're technically safe for Twitch. I can show 2 things. Technically 4. I can put those in, I can put those somewhere in the incentives. I've talked about it very briefly, but we do have a Booba mouse pad and a body pillow. We've got cover designs and Booba mousepad designs. The only reason I haven't gotten these like done yet is because right now I kind of want to hold them off until the big debut to have those be merch options, like limited time runs. I can show those. I can leak/show those. Since I do have those artworks and really love how they turned out. The artist I worked with did an amazing job for them. The only reason I haven't looked too much into that aspect yet is because I have a way to fulfill it and do it myself via Vograce. But there's a part of me that kind of wants to work with this one VTuber merch provider. But I need to look more into how they do things. It would have to be a pre-order thing. And that's the thing I worry about. And that's also why I don't want to work with like a merch provider in terms of like, oh, pre-order. Because what if I don't get any pre-orders? What if no one pre-ordered? And then nobody gets it. Nobody pre-ordered. So it's easier for me to just be like, hey, take an interest poll and then like get that many of the thing. And then I bought a friend a Deadpool Booba mouse pad. She yelled at me because her boyfriend watched her open it and didn't know what it was. But yeah, that was something I have a Booba mouse pad and 2 Docky covers planned. And the only reason I haven't gone to somebody yet is because the best way fiscally to handle it is to handle it a la pre-orders. But then the issue is that if nobody pre-orders, then it doesn't happen. So that's that thing of if I'm going to do anything, I would kind of rather, if only like 5 people say they want something, I would rather just, you know, order 5 of the thing, offer a listing, and then kind of go from there. Kind of like what Scylla did with their VTuber keychain, where they only got 50, and then, you know, they did a sale with how much they have. I might want to consider doing something like that, because I do have some art that I want to make keychains. Like I was thinking, like I've got one design from Dindin that we can easily make an acrylic, and sell that. And then there's like other ideas that we can easily make an acrylic keychain. But the thing is though, it's like I'd wanna, they would have to be very limited runs, based on how small we still are. We're still really small. So that's something where when it comes to certain things, I want to think as fiscally as possible. And also, when it comes to bigger projects, I am reasonably working within my budget and establishing payment plans with everyone I work with.
to make sure that everybody gets paid and paid on time, while also ensuring that I can still pay for all my other things that I need to do. Essentially, again, being very fiscal. I bought a friend a Deadpool Booba mouse pad. She yelled, oh yeah, I read that. I got my ex's Sephiroth body pillow when we broke up. I haven't even played 7, so he's a stranger in my home. I'm so sorry, Cinnabones. I'm so sorry to hear that. And that's another thing too, it's like, I used to have a body pillow, but this was a long time ago when I was still in Jersey, and it was a body pillow I got from IKEA. It was just a long red pillow. I called it chili pepper because it just looked like a long chili pepper, even though it was just a body pillow. It just reminded me of a chili pepper, and that was it. But at the same time, I miss having a body pillow. Will Tenny judge you if you have a body pillow of me, Bard? Will you be judged if you have the body pillow? The body pillow art that I have is fucking fire, bro. Like, that art is fire. And it's actually wholesome. It's actually wholesome as fuck. Like, it's good. It's great. It's fire as fuck. Like, that's gonna be that thing of if I make it a very limited run, like, if you miss it, it's gone. And if I ever go to cons and you bring it to me, I will immediately sign it. I will absolutely sign it. We can play tic-tac-toe on my tit. Deal. Tit-tat-toe. Hold on, let me keep a little cash in reserve. Let me actually see. Actually, how big are my tits in the freaking... Where is my Daki art? And that's the thing too, if you guys have seen Alara's art, which I've shared some of her art before, although it was of the lewdy variety. Although one of them is my current banner on Twitter. If you've seen that art of me, she makes me look so good. Oh yeah, no, my tits are huge. Yeah, they're great. Yeah, my tits are amazing. Yeah, no, perfect for playing board games on. I've seen a variety of art from you, and the boobicles do fluctuate slightly. They're usually pretty consistent most of the time. You know, since thinking about it, did you and Scylla meet? Yes, we did, in fact. So Scylla and I actually met back in February. Back in February, I was invited to SukinoCon, and I guested there as a VTuber. How? Wait, what? What do you mean, how? How what? Like, how did you and Scylla meet? Yeah, we met at the... Oh, how did you and Scylla meet? And then how did you? Okay. Yeah, no, I guessed it at SukinoCon, in Victoria, British Columbia. And I guessed it there as a VTuber. And Scylla and I hosted a panel. We tabled next to each other too. Like, I had a table with them, and we did a print trade. So I got a Scylla print, and they have a me print. I gotta get like a cute frame so I can like have a frame of my friend. And it was a lot of fun. SukinoCon was a small convention.
but everybody was so nice. The con staff was very, very attentive, very caring, very kind. Scylla and I yapped way too much during our panel because it was their first time like doing anything VTuber adjacent. And we were definitely all over the place. But what we learned is and what TsukinoCon is thinking of a little bit in the future, I'm not quite sure how, but doing like VTuber meet and greets like online, where kind of like where you see they have like that screen and like it's like over Discord and stuff. Something kind of similar. Not quite sure, but it was very, very fun. Someone a mutual friend, not well, a friend of a friend who is now my friend. So a friend who works at TsukinoCon was like, hey, I heard you got a con agent, because since I'm a part of Nat19 has a con agent. They're like, they were like, I heard you have a con agent, and you're taking invitations to cons. Well, I work at this convention that's happening around this time of year, and maybe I can throw your name out there and get you invited to this con, because Scylla is going too. And we were approached about bringing Nat19, but because we were working with Dork Tales, some things kind of fell through. But we can probably bring you as a guest. And we just kind of talked about it from there. I eventually talked with the other people involved, and bada bing, bada boom, your girl went to a con as a guest. And I'm still kind of in shock that like people like bought prints. I wouldn't call myself famous, absolutely not. But I still find it crazy that like I had people who didn't know me or hadn't heard of me but were like interested in VTubing and just kind of liked my vibe and my company and were like, I want to buy a print from you. Now, I did sell my prints for relatively cheap. Scylla was selling their prints for like $40 and stuff. I sold mine for only 20. So a little bit more accessible. I just personally didn't feel right selling them for 40 because again, I'm so small. So I was like, I can't justify someone paying $40 for a print with my signature when I'm not as accomplished. So not to mention like these prints like only cost like a couple cents because they're printed at Staples. It's like the really nice quality prints, but they're only a couple cents in Staples. So it was like, yeah, each print is like $2 to do, so $18 profit. Like I'm sorry, I can't complain. So and then I had like my signatures and stuff, and like it was really fun. I even like, they have like a cardboard standee of their mascots. So they were like, do you want to sign our standee? We always have our guests sign these. And I signed it, and it felt really nice. It was really cool. It was really fun. I met Sean Chiplock at the con too, and he gave me his chili prawns. He gave me his chili prawns. He was nice. Like, jokes aside, Sean Chiplock is quirky. He's kind of quirky. Very funny guy. And yeah, very quirky. He's got a little bit of a diva streak, I'm not gonna lie, a little bit of a diva, but I think genuinely he is a nice guy, very quirky, very funny. I met his wife. She was very, very kind. I bought a candle from her because she makes candles. Wait, what's her? Let me get that candle up with her business. Her candle company
is called Batwix Candle. So BATWIX candles. And she has a collection that is inspired by Stardew Valley. You met Mishima's VA? Who? I'm just sniffing a candle now. Is Sean Chiplock Mishima's VA? Who's Mishima? Oh, I don't know who Mishima is, Xenobones. I know you said Sean Chiplock, but like I don't know who Mishima is. Are they like a character from something? Oh, Persona 5. Well, there you go. I haven't played Persona 5. Like, if you had said Rivali, I would have been like, oh yeah, absolutely. I was so tempted to get a print from him. There's actually, I think he has them on his site. But like, hold on. He had 2 prints. He had 2 prints on his table. He had one really cool one. Where it's like a print of like Rivali in the sky about to like shoot a guardian. And there's another print because he purposefully puts them right next to each other. And on the other one is the concept doodle that he personally made and sent to the artist so that the artist knew what he wanted. And the artist was like, by the way, the story behind it, the artist was like, so this is amazing. You need to make this a print in and of itself. It's a fucking meme. And I was so tempted to buy that one because it was so much of a meme. And I thought he had like an online store for his prints, but I guess not. And funnily enough, he's streaming right now too. No, he doesn't have a heckin'. I thought he would have like a website with his prints, but I guess not. Okay. He did have a lot of Diluc prints, which in hindsight in the future is going to be really, really weird if he's refusing to return for Diluc, yet selling prints of Diluc because he's the actor. But we already talked about SAG-AFTRA strike. So that strawberry cake looks good. I want a piece now. Yee. The artist, you mean? Yeah, the artist. So like, yeah. So Sean Chiplock commissioned an art piece of Rivali shooting down a guardian from Breath of the Wild from an artist. But in order to help convey to the artist what he wanted, he like doodled. He crudely drew something, a reference of like how we pictured it in his head. And he gave that to the artist, and the artist was like, I totally see now what you want me to do. Also, your freaking concept sketch is such a meme. This should also be a print. So he has a print of both, of his concept sketch and the actual, like, literally just the sketch, and then well, not literally the sketch, but like literally his rendition of the concept for the commissioned work, and then the actual commissioned work. But yeah, he had a table, and there were several times where they like got food and stuff, and I think I think all 3 days they ended up getting Indian food. I'm not sure, but I know like Scylla and I were thinking of getting food, but we weren't quite sure yet. I was getting hungry, but I wasn't. I was there at that point where I was like, yeah, I can still wait a little longer. And Sean just stands up and he's like, do any of you guys want chili prawns? We just kind of ordered too much food and we don't really want this. And we just like all looked at him, and Scylla was like, no, I'm not really hungry. And Jester wasn't feeling too hot, so he was like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, fucking, I'll take that. I'll fucking take I'll take that. I'll fucking take your chili prawns. Let's go. So I'm like, oh hell yeah. Just freaking, I was like, don't mind me, I'm just eating Sean Chiplock's unwanted chili prawns. They hadn't touched it. So it was like, yeah, we got this. And turns out we're not that hungry, so it's either that or this goes in the trash. And I'm like, oh hell no, give me that free food. Let's go. Ooh, it was so good. It was so good. I never had chili prawns, and I definitely have it again now that I know what it tastes like. But yeah, again, very quirky, but a nice guy. It's a shame if he's actually going to be quitting playing Diluc with extra steps. But that's none of my business. But yeah, I met him. He was at SakinoCon, and it was pretty neat. It was pretty neat. And it was through that con, bringing it back, it was, oh, thank you. It was through that con that I met Scylla. Yeah, I met Scylla. We shared a hotel room. We had dinner, we had breakfast, or more like brunch, and it was all around a really nice time. It's been also a good long time since I appreciated is isn't tied. Like, oh my god, they were hotel roommates. And we were roommates. It's been a while since I've been able to like appreciate this pillow art of Cal. Good stuff. Oh, that'll appear in a second. Oh my goodness. Wow. Surrounding with all the redheads. Yeah. You know what I need? I need more friends on my shelf. I only have Den on my shelf, but I have so much shelf space. At some point, I want to fill that shelf. Cause that's why I have the shelf there. That's why I have the shelf there, so that like, if friends have like art of them as like a marketable plushie and stuff, I can be like, can I have that? So that I can put it on my shelf. I'll put a me there eventually. Yeah. Right now, Den's all alone. I also have the top of the shelf too. The top of the shelf people can go on too. Yeah. I've thought about also like, depending on like certain games and things, of having like game related things that I've played. But the thing is that whilst having certain particular memories of like games we played and stuff is nice, there's something about having like a shelf of friends that I like a little bit more. I snuck into your shelf once. Yeah. Hey, maybe Din wants to socially distance. I mean, that would that does technically track more or less. I have a thing. If you do, I'll take it. I could put you on whichever shelf you prefer. I will let people choose what shelf they wish to be on. Like Din, if you want to be on a different shelf, I can put you on a different shelf.
And we can go from there. But yeah, I'll take thingies. Only reason I haven't bothered people about it. I'm a Tonkabun person, but if it looks lonely, I'll go there. Yeah, definitely consider it. I don't get to use my just chatting as much, which Wine did a wonderful job with all of this. So that's that thing where it's like, I need to use this more, which is also why I was like, I want to have a just chatting stream. I just want to chill and be like comfy with you guys. I don't get to do that often. Like, usually because such a yawner. Yeah, I am. I'm eepy. So like, I know I have like this desk and chair. So like, let me. That's not the one. That away. But like, if I don't mind me with my pillow, but like I've got a whole thing. I've got a whole room here. Like, there's more. You see, I got my bed. I've got this right here. And then I've got like this over here, this balcony. Right over here. With the moon. With the moon. We're having a good time. We're having a good time. Do you ever go out on the balcony and sing up to the sky? I would, but the door is closed. Because I'm very accident prone, you see. I'll probably fall off. I'll probably find a way to hurt myself, in all honesty. And then, yeah, there's my sheep and my cat. Although, and I didn't have honestly, I was kind of fine that the cat turned out gray, but it was actually supposed to be blue because it's supposed to be Trin. This cat is supposed to be Trin. It looks more blue when it's night. And then the sheep is supposed to be Polo. And then up over here on my bed, you see this stuffed bunny? It is based on my actual stuffed bunny. It is a stuffed bunny that I sleep with. Because I need a comfort stuffy. And I like it. It's very soft like a marshmallow. Before squishmallows were cool. Oh, the captions were blocking me from seeing the cat. Well, also the table and the chair. Which is also why when I commissioned the background, I wanted the chair and the desk to be separate. That way, like, you can appreciate, like, the nightstand and, like, the lamp and all the other stuff. Things in Wepic the musical. I am the din, scheming and plotting. I am the one that makes screamers start sobbing. Let's play a game. Check DMs. Oh god. Oh my god, Din! What the fuck? Din on my Christian DMs. Din! Din on my... Oh, wow. Oh, wow, Bard. Oh, wow, that's so cute. Not the Christian In my Christian DMs. In my Christian DMs, you send such lewds. Din! What inspired this? What happened? What the fuck? There's nothing Christian about your DMs. What are you talking about, Bard? Ow.
The bread is here.
Crazy
Can
Fox.
you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
Looks like Din did send some. You haven't had your fix in a bit. What do you mean? I'm just standing here in my room. I'm just a little guy. I'm just standing in my room trying to be normal. Perfect place for that. I'm just trying to be normal. Can you share it with the stream? Absolutely not. Do you want me to get banned, Cerberus? What the fuck? It's very risque. I wouldn't put it on stream. I wouldn't put. Why do you think I'm like so like surprised and like my fucking cheeks are burning? Because like Din doesn't normally draw this sort of stuff. It's still very tasteful, mind you. It's very tasteful. Very good flavor. But like Din doesn't draw this stuff normally. You have always been not normal, and that's all. That's why I said in my Christian DMs, guys, you don't understand. Din, the things that Din normally sends me, there he is. The things that Din normally sends me in DMs are usually like these really cute like doodles and really like warm, wholesome stuff with Galen and Polo. This is lies. This is very this is a lot. It's just a character licking the other one. Yeah, but they're like embracing and both naked, even though nothing is showing, Din. It's about the context. Spicy SN art? Maybe later. I'll share it later. It'll go into the spicy, and then it'll go into the thread dedicated to the spicy art of Galen and Polo, which if you are 18 plus, they're
and this
in
Din
the
has
Discord.
blessed the magical girl with art that shall be shoved into the secret stash.
Yeah. Them. Yeah. Well, perhaps they wanted to practice drawing anatomy. Oh, Din is drawn a lot. Don't worry. Don't you worry. It's fine. Don't worry. It definitely has to go into the spicy chat. It's definitely a spicy one. It is definitely a spicy one. Not the first. No, not the first one. I have gotten some spicy art from Din Din before. Some spicy art. Definitely. I can. I'm like, what is this for? Let me see. I'm just trying to be like, how long is Galen's hair again? Because Galen's hair is long. Okay, it's about hip length. Okay. Okay. I might remake it properly for that sketchbook. Girl, you do what you want. Follow your heart.
I remember when Squeaky first met me and the art Din was pouring out at the time was that was that thing where I still remember Bard. Well, I'm trying, hold on. My memory's jumbled. I remember I think I was watching Vivi. I don't know who I was watching, and I think they either raided into you or you were in their stream. I can't quite, oh god, I actually can't quite remember. But I remember at some point Din pointing out, they were like, yeah, they look a lot like Galen. And I'm like, very similar, yeah. And then yeah, I was like, well, I don't know anybody like that, and I'm not gonna like jump into people's DMs and then try to be people's friends with them for that. We're just, you know, we're just gonna see what happens, because Din was like, yeah, no, they're friends with this person and that person, and I was just like, what? And I was like, wow, that's really cool, that's really awesome. And then you showed up on my stream. And I was like, who the fuck are you, and who told you? How did you find this place? Because I knew about you. Before you like perceived my stream. So I was just like, who told you I was here? I literally was like, who told you I was here? Who told you? Who let you know that I existed? And the rest is history. Was that the time Din made reactors for everyone on the stream? It's hard to say exactly, because because everything happened, so much happened around that general time frame. It's hard to put times and days and even the proper order. My mind is so jumbled. You, Patrick, who are you people? I'm glad I found out you existed. I don't regret. Aww. Cause I remember it was funny enough also a Just Chatting stream. I think. I know I was talking about like Nier songs and singing Nier songs. And that's where like things ended up. And then you approached me for stuff. Which time she's done it yeah, no, seriously. Din still does it. Din still be doing it, bruh. Oh my goodness. Yep, I remember. Yeah, Din made the little head bard, and then yeah, Din did that one. And then I just started the trend where I was like, where I like started tuning into your streams, and I was like, wait, there's a redeem where I can take your sweater, I can take your coat. Fuck yeah. Shirt get is still a thing. It is. I just don't get the chance much, or by the time I'm able to like tune in, you're like about to wrap up, so I don't get a lot of chance. But heckin', I was like, what? A redeem where I can take your coat and be a fucking gremlin? Yes. I love that. I fucking love that shit. Let's go. And I just kept doing it because it was funny to me in particular. It was just so funny. And then like I still have the emote. It's just only for me in particular. I still remember.
No, I'm not trying to suck your toes, but hey, pretty girl, I'm sucking toes. The way you do the things you do reminds me of me sucking your toes. That's why I'm all up in your toes.
Heckin', I remember when I got that emo, I was like, oh, I know the first thing I'm doing the moment I get a chance, where I took your coat and then I immediately like spammed the, like, I don't think I spammed it, but I did a couple of this. And then you had to stop what you were doing and you were like, did you get an emote?
of taking my coat. And I was like, yep. And then I got 2 art pieces of it too. I got two art it was wild. I just thought it was so funny. Is the joke that I just take Bard's coat? And I'm like, yeah, that's it. That's the joke. The joke is I just take your coat. It's mine now. Oh yeah, where is that art piece of you wearing it? Which one, Bard? Which one? Oh, and I can find it. Only the coat. There's 2, but yeah. There we go. Heckin'. I'll take both. Heckin'. I remember when I was talking to Din about it, I was like, Din, I'm in a quandary. I was like, I want to get like an art piece of me in the cloak, but I am fucking, I can't choose between the gremlin route or like the pinup route. And Din was like, ¿Por qué no los dos? And I think, funnily enough, actually, Bard, do you need me to send those to you again? I don't know if you still have those. I can send. I don't know if I ever shared. Did I ever share them in the Summoners Network Discord? I feel like I did. No, I forgot to save those. Okay, I'll send them to you again. Funnily enough, though, I think that art of that pinup art of me wearing your coat is the closest to only thing that I have of art pertaining to me and another VTuber. Legitimately. I don't have, I'm not counting like, well, yeah, we have that one, but like, I mostly mean in like suggestive, in like a suggestive way. Cause yeah, no, we do have the song cover collaboration, but like, cause I've had people approach me before where they're like, hey, I want to get like lewd art of our VTubers. And I've been just kind of like, yeah, okay. I do have a couple rules. And then they were like, oh, I want to get it from Runaway. I want to commission Runaway. And because I know Runaway, and because Runaway knows me, I'm just sitting here being like, you're never gonna get it. One, because Runaway is not open to commissions. 2, because Runaway doesn't know you. And because 3, Runaway is always busy. I don't know Runaway. You don't know Runaway, but you were in a call with Runaway, Bard. It was a little while ago. You were in a call with Runaway. But the thing is, though, Runaway, because Runaway, you gotta be lucky. Because usually when Runaway's in a call with us and someone new pops in, if you show him your design and he's down to clown, he'll just draw you. He's done that with Nightshade, he's done it with Anthony, and he's done it with Lynn. You need to stop doing that to me. What do you mean? Stop doing what to you? I didn't do anything.
Random people? Not random people per se, Arad. Like, they're people I kind of know. They're friends. But it's also that VTuber thing where they're just like, hey, you want to get art of us together? Do you want to get porn of us together? And I'm kind of like, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say no, but like, I don't know if I should say yes. The VTuber door-to-door porn. Yeah, freaking the porn solicitor. Hello, I'm here to ask. I'm here to consider if you've considered having VTuber porn. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna get on anybody's case for wanting to get porn, for wanting to get like porn of their VTuber with somebody else. Whether it's because they think it's fun or they're poly or anything like that, I'm not here to judge. As long as everybody is consenting and everybody knows that there's probably not going to be much of a deeper meaning to it, I think it's reasonably healthy. No comprende, por favor. I have a few years of work with other creators, mostly from years back. Yeah, this is that thing where because I have lewds of me, I got gifted porn art of me several times. I've been gifted porn art. I got the Christmas lewds that I was gifted by Alara. I've got Runaway, who gifted me porn, several pieces of porn. I think it was Flying Hog. I think it was Flying Hog who commissioned, or it was someone else who commissioned porn of my super mode. One of them was fucking Sunder, who's like a wolf boy from Vestige. And then the other one is me getting spit roasted by Lycan and from Zenless and Sunder. And I'm just sitting here like, fuck yeah, brah. Fuck yeah, Wolfman, let's go. Hell yeah. I've been badgering. I've been like, not as much anymore, but I as a bit of a meme, but low-key legit, I was badgering Runaway. I was like, hey, can I get something of me and Sunday? Can I get prawn of me and Sunday? You keep telling me to just ask, so can I have porn of me and Sunday? And then he never did it. Yeah, I got nothing that one. But they were gifted, is the thing. I was gifted. The one time I actually ask, I don't get it, you see. But the other times I've been gifted it, which is, oh my god, it warms my heart. It warms my heart to see that someone actually, like, spent money to get a thing of me. It's crazy. But when someone asks me to willingly participate, wait, Squeaky X Sunday is okay? Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be? Of course it is. Sunday's not real. I know that feeling well. Eric made me feel all happy when he got, yeah, like it's just something about it, the happy chemical. I just realized we went from tour of your room to porn and I feel I derailed this. Oh, it's fine, hun. The Ursa respond with, but I'm crazy. And heckin', like I need to hang out with you more. I hate that it's like 4 a.m. right now as I'm hanging out here. Yeah, I mean, we're all hanging out. It's fine. We're all hanging out. We're all chilling out, maxing. Heckin' Squeaky X Argenti porn when? Who knows? Oh, who knows? I mean, I've got my Star Rail design, so who knows? there it's not porn, but I did indulge a little bit back then, because it was cheap. I did get a little chibi of like my honkai self with Argenti, because I thought it'd be really cute. So there is that one. That's 8 hours diff though. Yeah. But it's that thing of it's one thing for someone to be like, oh, I got you art with this fictional character that you've very explicitly thirsted for, because I'm just like, oh hell yeah, that's some good shit. If I do say so myself. But then it's another thing for like somebody to be like, hey, I see the artistic representation of you, and I want to offer the artistic representation of me, and I want to offer them engaging in coitus. And my brain is like, oh hell yeah, art of us, art of like me and my friend. But then it's like fucking. And that's the part of me where I'm like, okay, I'm not, like fucking. I'm like, I'm just kind of sitting here and being like, okay, this conversation makes me feel like a prude. But that's the thing. I'm a prude. So that's where I'm kind of like, oh, okay. What kind of fucking? What kind of fucking? So then that's where I'm kind of like, can it at least be wholesome? Can we at least be like wholesome lewds? Like, can it be like cuddling or something? Can it not be like raunchy and gross? Please? Wholesome lewds are amazing. Yes, I love wholesome lewd. I consider myself the self-proclaimed queen of wholesome lewds. Sweet hand-holding missionary rose and like, those are the ones I do. Yeah, but like, I love wholesome lewds. But the thing is, I think it's because I like wholesome lewds. I like lewds where you can very clearly tell that the people involved, it's more than just, I need to bust a nut real quick. I need to unleash like a carnal desire, or I got these urges I gotta get out there. You can tell that both parties are clearly into it, not just for themselves, but for the other party. You know, it's not just about pleasing oneself, it's about pleasing your partner. And that is a moment bread is done. Like, and that's the thing when it comes to like my own perceptions of sex, where it's not just about being pleased, it's about pleasing. And yeah, you always got to make sure the other party will enjoy the art you get. But it's not only just that, but because when it comes to the lewds I commission, it's, to me at least, about showing the mutual love. And I see sex as a very intimate, personal, very romantic thing. I don't feel that way towards the person asking me for this art. So then because of that, a lot of my interest just
wanes completely. I'm just like, oh yeah, sure. But I don't really want to be involved, if that makes any sense. I'm just like, yeah, okay, yeah, here's my consent, have fun. Just don't make it raunchy. Like, I'm pretty much leaving it to signing the waiver and go. Like, and I feel bad for that because it's nothing personal against the person asking me and stuff. It's just weird. And I think it also doesn't help. Would honestly call it normal for lack of better. Yeah. I think also the other thing that gets me is that unfortunately when it comes to the VTuber sphere, some people are like just way too horny. Way too horny. I'm well and sure aware that that's probably a reason why I'm not super You're right, Den. Like, I know, I'm well aware that that's probably one of the reasons why I'm not like, I say this, I'm not saying that having a model that shows a lot of skin and booba and hip and all that is like the one stop way for success, but it does needs be asked why a lot of popular VTubers show so much skin. And the fact that I don't. I know some people have commented on the interesting button placement on my VTuber model, to which I'm just kind of like, do you not understand how clothes work? Also, do you not know where nipples go? Tell me you don't know where nipples go without telling me you know where you don't know where nipples go. I have had people that have looked at the buttons on my dress and been like, that's an interesting place to put buttons. And like, when I think about it, like I actively put thought into it, yeah, I guess I can agree. But that's not what I thought about when I put these buttons there. That's where they were on my old VTuber model. So that's where I put them here in this one. For a second thought, I thought you said butt placement. Like, let's blast from the past for a moment. Hold on. Let's blast from the past for a moment. Are we talking about your nipple buttons? So like, hi, long time no see. So like, look at my buttons here. Look at where they were. You see? You see where they were? Here, I'll move the table and the chair. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. So yeah, stare respectively, obviously, but look at where my buttons are. They're not anywhere crazy. They're not anywhere crazy. They're just right here. They're lined up with the other button. So when you look at this one that now has more accurately portrayed breasts, that, you know, boobs are more accurate to what I was going for. I mean, they could be a little bit lower, but like, that's not where nipples are. I remember you with your first model, with this model first, watching your stream from Accelerate. Yeah. I've warmed up some bread buns, stuffed them with peanut butter and ooh. But yeah, like some people look at
Funnily enough, one of the people that said it was Jester's dad when Jester told him that I was a VTuber, which I wish he didn't, because then I had to explain what a VTuber was. But it's because you got the tuck under your breast that it makes it look subjective, I guess, which is fair. Which again, I'm not saying it's an unfair critique. I'm just saying that, like, anyone who says that they look like nipples doesn't know what nipples look like, don't know where nipples fall on the breasts, because if anything, they're close, you know what? Hey Bernard, do you want to do me a favor? Do you want to be like a little arrow for me? You see right here, this general area here? This right here, where Bernard's head is pointing, is generally where a nipple would be.
Behold this.
Not here. Like, not here. Generally here. This area is where nipples would be. Not there. You can sit back down, Bernard. I know you like your chair. But yeah. That's normally where that is.
God, it's nice being a handheld bird.
But yeah, I can. Oh no, he's kind of fixed. Are you fixed? Oh, now you are. Oopsies. Unfixed. Do I? You're an object. Why aren't you pinning
All
onto my
that
head?
flying really tired me out. Time to sit back down.
Only pin to layers. Huh. Well, I can flip you. Locked. Okay. You won't lock, which is... I think I know why, but we're not gonna worry. There you go.
Chunkiest lad this side of the Canadian border. I'm average in America.
Front-facing nipples are considered a dead giveaway for knockoff knockers. Yeah. That's why these aren't nipples. When you create the item, you can choose if it's a pinnable. Is that what they've done now? Only pin for layers below items. Yeah, I don't know. They've hold on. Pin only to specific layer. Oh, this is new. Item controls. You won't pin. Let me check something. That's not what I wanted. I'd have to find it. Ba, 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 ba. Pretty sure I should be here. Yeah, so it should be here. Put it. What? Yeah, this one works. That one worked. And I can... But you're not? Odd.
I guess in this case I didn't choose to make him pinnable. Remember express it. Live 2D item setting. Use normal hotkeys. Return to default when not pinned. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Delete this item. Global item setting. Drag and drop. Interesting. Locked. No. Yeah, he's just... I'm guessing he's just being special. What about this one? Yeah, nope, it's the same one. I'd have to... See, now I've accidentally locked you, and I don't want to do that. I am item scenes. Oh, wait, what's this? Select item config by long clicking it. What does this do? DM? Oh, yeah, I'll look in a sec. If you set up front back splitting, the layers marked as back can be inserted further back, making the items wrapping around your main model. Oh, you can do that. Oh, wow. Only pinned to specific layer. Oh, I don't know the name of the art mesh for my head specifically. I think I have an idea. Let me bring the blop. Where is it? It's definitely this one. Yeah, pin item. I guess I just had that off. Just drop it in here. Yeah. And then that doesn't do it. Being punished for a hubris? Dan! Oh my god, you gave him a ponytail too? Dan, that is an act of war. Dan. I didn't want to go wash my hands to get a little bit of honey off my fingers, so I tried just a little drip of water. Drop a little water out of my... God. What? How do I fix item scene? Out of my Oh no.
Look, the bread is here. Can you
Crazy
believe
Fox
it? They were
gifting
just
all
about
of
to
the
throw all
sub.
this
Thank
away.
you.
What a waste.
How do I... Okay, one sec.
That's not what I wanted. So... I'm trying to think how I do this. Let me hold on. Let me. There you are. And then it's called the blob. Cool. All right, gotta think about that. Okay. And then, where's my blob? Right here. Yeah, that's about right. So then if I go here, and go like that. No, I didn't want to. How do I? And then okay. But can I? And then now you work. Okay. I didn't have it pinnable the last time. That's what it was with you. But now I've messed all this up. So, you, not this one. This herb. Put you back on your chair. And then I go
Behold
here.
my new perch.
Yeah. And then save. And then for gaming, you're right here. For gaming, you were like right here. And then save. And then oh. Well, that one worked. And now this one doesn't. So this one. Bernard chat pet. Save.
Teleporting is a bit tricky.
It is. There we go. There we go. We've fixed you now. And then yeah, and now I can just put... What the fuck? There we go. There we go. Now you work. Hoorah. Obviously you do the opposite thing because that's how I have you set. Yeah. There we go. Glad I fixed that. That was something I never noticed. I guess I had the item pinning off of him. But now it's all fixed. Mm-hmm. Ah, lordy. It is a bit tricky though. It wouldn't, goodness, I don't know when in the future it would be. It would definitely take some time. But I would absolutely love getting like a custom Bernard pet. But right now, I'm kind of fine with the little bloop. I'm fine with the little bloop. It's cute. Little round Bernard. Oh, lordy. He's a chonker, yeah. And again, the artist who made this, hey Squeaker, yeah? I appreciate you. I appreciate you too, Bard. I'm glad we're friends. I'm glad that we're friends. I'm happy that things with time were able to kind of like fix themselves. Not even fix themselves, but things were able to kind of resolve and smoothen, and that it at least seems very much that you are in a much better place, because where you were before, it was very, very clear you weren't happy, and I'm glad that it seems in this case you are in a much better place. You're with someone who cares about you, you're not alone. Obviously you know that despite time differences, you're always welcome in my corner, to chat, to chill, to just sit in silence like we do. Because I know for some people, I'm still unhappy, but at least the ground I'm standing on isn't giving out. Exactly. It's not perfect, but it's definitely still a better place than where you were at before. It's definitely a better start than where you were before. And you always know that you've got a place where you can come, at least when it comes to our little corner. I know that, like, some people think it's a little weird that it's like, so you guys just kind of sit here and do nothing, and it's like, yeah, but we're in company. So it's not exactly doing nothing. I know for some people, again, they need to have conversation. They need people to be doing something. But we do nothing together. Exactly, Crazy Fox. We do nothing together. We try to keep it we try to keep it relatively chill vibe and cool, because this is where we relax after a long day. This is where we wind down. This is where we just kind of talk about what's going on with us or how we feel. Or again, just to spend time and not be alone. It's enough to just be present sometimes, even if nothing is said. Talking isn't something. Well, the thing is, Arad, is that a lot of the times, no one's talking. We're just chilling. Because of my job, I'm not as around as I used to be. But I still try to be there every day to every other day after work and stuff, so I can just kind of chill and vibe with people. It's the same as just sitting in a lounge room. Pretty much. It's just like a lounge room. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. It's not getting dark. It's still definitely light out. Whoa, whoa, whoa. It's like a book club where everyone's got their own book. Yeah, there you go, Claire. Like it's where I go when I want to hear voices, or I just want to know that if I do say something, someone's gonna be like, "What's going on?" And that's it. It's just chilling. Like right now, we're just chilling. We're just chilling. Just kind of saying what's on my mind, and we do nothing and be goobers. Yeah. It's just vibes. Like, I'm not gonna be here and be like, we're comfy and we're cozy and we don't talk about negative and it's just positive vibes here. No. No. There might be times where we talk about things that are a little heavy, that are a little uncomfy, because I believe that the real world is something that we can only ignore for some time. I feel like finding healthy ways to cope with it is what makes all that craziness a little bit easier to handle. Sometimes there are people that cannot ignore what's happening. And sometimes they need someone in some way to tell them, hey, I know it's scary out there and you don't know what's gonna happen. We see you. You're okay here. Like, acknowledge that it's happening, you know? Sometimes people need to vent. Yeah, and within reason, obviously. Because there are some people that just freaking... There are some people that just trauma dump. They just trauma dump. And it's just like... I totally understand. Again, so if somebody's feeling it, somebody's having their fucking Shibuya incident, and they gotta tell somebody, they gotta let it out. I totally understand. But at the same time, there's also a time and a place. That's why we have the life and feelings in the Discord, where while not everybody, there's no guarantee that you're gonna get an answer. There's no guarantee that someone's gonna be like, "Don't worry, be happy." Like, it's a place for someone to be like, "This is what's stressing me out lately. This is what's going on. I feel like shit. I'm so upset. I want to cry." Blah blah blah. That's where you can put it. That's where you can air out your frustrations. You can air out your worries. And for the most part, it's a no judgment zone. I know some places are like, "Don't do that. Don't make your Discords have that." I don't care. I want there to be a place where if someone's got to talk about their issues, there it is. Obviously, we just let them know, hey, no promise I'm going to see it. No promise so-and-so is going to see it. There's no promise anyone's going to see it. But if it helps you to get it out there, to just let it out. There it is. I appreciate that the Discord has life and feelings. I think it's not. I think it's at least something of a net positive. Then we have the hot takes, and I know not many people like the hot takes. I've had some discussions with Deco where he's been like, I don't really want the hot takes chat in the Discord, or there have even been times where he's been like, I've kind of thought about getting rid of the NSFW chat long time ago, so don't worry. And I've been like, no, because first off, out of all the channels in the Discord, the most organized and self-regulating are the not safe for work chat and the hot takes chat. Funny that. Crazy. Because the hot takes is where we talk about that's where, if you're the kind of person that the political sphere and all that stuff is just, you can't get away from it, or you have to talk about it, that's the chat you go to. That's your political chat, that's your current events chat, that's your drama chat. That's that chat. Anywhere else, that's your drama chat. It's best to have a place for it or it will leak out. Exactly. Like, if people want to talk about like fandom discourse or like VTuber discourse, no, put that in hot takes. It's just mostly the political chat, because again, the political chat is usually what people don't want to see. The politics and like the actual like controversial shit in media and stuff, people don't want to normally see that. But the best way to make sure that none of that leaks into other things is to have a place for it. Yeah, anytime I've opened that shit chat, it's been shit. You need to know in politics this week. Yeah. Honestly, nowadays it's a little bit of a current events chat, but because it's so politics, it's very, very politics. There it is. And again, it's also a place where if there's a subject that you think is particularly touchy and you don't know where to talk to it about, or you're just trying to have a genuine conversation, but you're worried about the feedback or the answers you might get, hot takes. We had someone recently that said they didn't understand what the big deal about Pride Month was. They didn't understand the whole thing behind of being proud to be queer or gay or anything like that, because in their experiences, even though they were bi, they never saw, at least in their general sphere, anyone getting like discriminated or anything against them for being, you know, gay or under that umbrella. And again, we approach things. I am very on approaching people with the benefit of the doubt, that when people ask these sorts of questions, that they're asking them in good faith, that they're coming from a place of genuine curiosity and they want a genuine answer. So approach it that way. Well, this is why Pride Month exists. This is the history of it. These are places and situations where, unfortunately, it's still not okay to identify under this umbrella, under these spectrums. And this is why we need things like this. And it was a very good conversation. It was fine. They walked out of the conversation being like, I see now. I understand now why we have Pride Month. I can now understand from this angle why people feel this way about, you know, not hiding who they are, or like, you know, coming out as their orientation or their identity. And that's great. That's what we want. We want to have these discussions with people, because if we come at people from a place of bad faith, where we're assuming that the reasons they're asking this question is to piss someone off, being like, I can't believe you're asking this question. I can't believe you are so blind and unaware and ignorant of everything going on around you that this is a question you're asking in 2025. No, shut up. You're hurting the cause. You're hurting the cause. Hot take, I grabbed chicken out of the oven and burned my hand. I'm sorry. The accent. Yeah, I know, right? I can't believe that in the year 2025, you don't understand why people are gay. I can't believe that. You come from such a place of privilege. I could never be me. I could never understand, bestie, how you can be so privileged to never see why some people are just gay. Can't believe you have a Karen switch. I do. But again, some people, there are some people in God's year of 2025. I love how you say gay. There are some people in God's 2025 that do not understand why we have Pride Month. But it is not for us to ridicule or lambast or shame them. Lambast and shame might mean the same thing. But the point is, that's not for us to take their question and immediately come with hostility or with any sort of aggression. I know that it can be seen naive to take things with benefit of the doubt or good faith and things like that. But I feel like if I don't do that, then I am potentially missing out on not only getting a new perspective on things, but also reaching understanding with other people. Obviously, there are some caveats, there are some exceptions. If somebody was like, I don't understand what's wrong with getting rid of all the Mexicans, then I'd be like, first off, I think you're racist. Two, is there something wrong with Mexicans? And third, well, why do you think it's okay? Let's unpack that one first. Let's unpack why you think it's okay. And let's go from here. This is an onion here. We're gonna peel back these layers and we're gonna get to the core of it all. Because maybe, and for the most part, maybe we're just a little bit misinformed. We're just a little bit ignorant, a little bit misinformed, maybe a little bit brainwashed. And maybe at the core, you just don't understand. And no one's taken the time or offered the kindness to explain it. Or you're an asshole. But let's find out together. Let's go. You know? I feel it's hard to ask about things we genuinely don't know about, because if you ask on Twitter or Blue Sky to ask about what's going on, all you get is hate for not knowing, even if you're just trying to learn. I had no clue about non-binary, asexuals, aromantic, polyamory, polygamy, most transgender until I started VTubing 4 years ago. Oh my god, I tried learning from someone and they did so much harm that without this community, me and MB Ace would have stayed homophobic. And that's the thing. When people are assuming from bad faith that you're trolling, that you're stupid, that you're this and you're that, you miss the opportunity to have so many conversations and even learn for yourself how they even got to that conclusion. Like, I'm so sorry that it came to those things. And I know that in my case, slightly dipping back into the SAG-AFTRA thing, because I did with Blue Sky, I said, hey, genuine question out of genuine curiosity. I'm not trying to start shit. If we are so worried about the AI issue, why hasn't it happened after 8 months of a strike? And after I pointed that out, where I said genuine curiosity, I'm not trying to start anything, can someone please answer me this question? I had some very nice replies. I had people like Senna Breyer, I had Corinna, I had Little Karibo, I had several people from the voice acting community and like voice actors like genuinely try to talk to me, or in my replies, or when Little Karibo quote retweeted it, people genuinely answering. That's also why I want to believe that some of these people aren't like terrible shitty people, because I feel like, unfortunately, with the atmosphere of Twitter, and unfortunately, yeah, Blue Sky can be a little toxic too. Everyone's on the defensive. Everyone's assuming everyone's an asshole. Unfortunately, with those sorts of things, you have to tread cautiously and you have to make your intention known from the first sentence. And if you don't, unfortunately, you risk someone, because again, everyone's on guard or everyone's ready to start a fight. You put yourself in the crosshairs, and it sucks that it's like that. It shouldn't be like that. But unfortunately, with everything going on in the world and everything going on in the general sphere, in online and offline, and just in general how the internet has always been, you have to make your intentions clear, or no one's gonna understand what your point is. You have to figure out the way to ask, but also some questions are so easy to Google. So hearing it for the nth time when times 1 of 50 have been ingenuine, it's hard not. And I totally understand that, Eclair. At the same time, and here's the thing, most of the time, before I ask a question, I check Google. But the problem is that certain questions, Google does not have the answer for, because Google does not answer questions. It finds what it thinks is the answer to what you're asking it. And it completely rides on how you ask it. So if you ask a vague question of why do we have Pride Month, or why do people celebrate Pride Month, you're going to get differing answers. You're going to get a lot of opinion pieces
you might even just end up with a history of Pride Month. And while those can answer your question, it's not quite the same, because that's like someone telling you, being like, hey, what's a good example? I gotta like not let my weird brainisms. That's like when you're preparing something. Let's just say, for example, you're making cookies. And you're just making cookies. And your roommate is like, "Oh, cool. How did you make those cookies?" And you're like, "I don't know, go to the library and go get a cookbook." Like, bitch, you making cookies right now. Tell me how you made them cookies. Why can't you tell me yourself why you making them cookies? How do you make them? You're right there. I want a primary source, bitch. I want a primary source. Oh, that's not all questions, but that's for a lot of entry-level questions. Yeah. But again, sometimes the answer that people want aren't exactly for the question that they're asking. And the only way I can explain this is, have you ever wanted to know something, but you don't know how to ask the question? And it's not even because the topic is like touchy or anything. It's just you legitimately don't know how to ask for the thing. Like, it's one thing to be like, I'm having an issue with my iPhone. My iPhone is doing this weird thing. And then being like, Google, why does my iPhone do this instead of do that? You're gonna get 50 different things, and none of them might be the help you need. But your friend has an iPhone, and you remember last time they had something like this happen. So let me go ask them. There's something about directly asking your peers. That is what community is. Most of the time, the actual reasons behind traditions or movements have very little to do with hard data and a lot more to do with social consensus. It's vibes and narratives, counter narratives, which a history reading won't be able to adequately inform you on. Exactly. Sometimes, I'm always misinterpreted. Sometimes the answer you want, sometimes it's a game of Jeopardy. Sometimes you don't know how to ask these questions, or you don't even know how to formulate it. You know that you want the answer to something, but you don't even know what you're asking for. And Google, and the problem with Google is that if you don't know how to ask the question, you're never gonna get the answer. And if you do get an answer, it's very likely not going to be the one that you're looking for. Whereas if you try to explain to somebody who you know can give you something, you can kind of 20 questions it. Asking friends changes the scene entirely though. Like, it's a lot easier and safer to ask or answer questions you already have. And that's the thing with places like Twitter and Blue Sky and forums and Discord. There's a little bit more of a sense of community and maybe even a sense of safety in asking. Because if you go to the respective communities and you ask, there's a ton of primary sources. There's a ton of experiences that people can share with you. It's just a matter of asking how first. As opposed to say on Twitter, we're going with the basis of having to predict the energy coming into the equation. I was trying to Google how to get the pronouns function to show up on my Twitch chat on my overlays. I had to purchase a chat box that I saw had the pronouns and dug through its menu to find it. And Twitter is full of nasty energy. And that's the thing, Alala. Like, for the pronouns in chat, like, for example, my chat box is a widget. Obviously I'm using, I think this is the Streamlabs chat. But there's like a layout widget that I paid for, but for the that happens to have compatibility with the pronouns when you go to this site. It links to this site, and then when you put your pronouns, it will then show them. So that's how Eclair has the she, her.
But like Streamlabs doesn't, because Streamlabs doesn't identify as anything because it's a bot. But yeah, some widgets have this, some are free and some you have to pay for. This one I had to pay for. But yeah. I didn't purchase a chatbot though. I don't know what you bought. That's interesting. But yeah, but I could understand where Alala, you might have some issue where it's like, but Googling it only told me how to set my pronouns, not as a streamer, how to get the chat box. Yeah. So again, it's hard to ask the question when you're not even sure what answer you're looking for. When the water is murky, you can't see shit. So, you know, and obviously I always ask people, my friends, acquaintances, and there, so that if you guys have any questions or issues, if there's any way I could help, please feel free to ask me. I love being able to help people in terms of like finding their way along the streaming sphere. Can I answer every question? No, I don't have every answer. But because I do this and I have experienced a lot of things and I've had to learn some things, I can at least nudge and push and help search for you to figure things out. I actually didn't know you had it too. Yeah. This again, there are people that have widgets that they say are compatible with, you know, pronouns.alejo and or something similar to that. And yeah, normally you don't have to do anything. You don't have to purchase a chatbot or anything. You just purchase the widget, which is just permission to use the code that you put into your, in this case, I put it into Streamlabs, being like, hey, I want to put in this widget. You put in the CS code and then bam, now my chat box looks like this. I paid for the code I paid for access to the code and for the guide that teaches you how to make it look like this, because originally it was different. I got a $15 off, $15 one off VGen to use in Stream Elements. Yeah, and that's the thing. Some of them are Stream Elements compatible. I think this one was Streamlabs compatible, but I can't quite remember. I have the credit somewhere. I'm actually quite curious now. Who did mine? I say who did mine, but who did the one I'm using? Because it's not mine per se. Let's see. I have so many. I have to also like organize my credits so that like anything that was specifically commissioned for my stream will be under here, and then anything that's like essentially, for lack of a better word, a third party asset, I can have it link on my site or something. Where was it? Stream alerts, emotes. Just chatting background, chat box. Is it on their Etsy? I think it is on their Etsy. Chat widgets. I think it was the ribbon one. Minimal chat, blobs. Here we go. Cute bow, animated. Streamlabs and OBS. Yeah, and I just edited it and made it very pink so that I can fuck with it. There's a lot of chat widgets too on Etsy. Apparently these could be pretty pricey to have like custom made, and honestly with how it is, it's kind of, because you can like edit the color palette, it just kind of ended up being perfect. So there might never be a day where I need to get like a fully custom version for me. But also the Alejo website is just a blank download screen. Is it? Hold on, let me check, hon. No, it links me to welcome to Twitch chat pronouns. Select your pronouns below. Are you sure it's not pronounced like Alejandro? Alejo could be, I don't know. All I know is that I tell it says welcome to Twitch pronouns. And then it tells me to select my pronouns. And then there we go. It shouldn't link to a blank anything.
Like I regularly test these links and it shouldn't link to anything anything potentially harmful. Me. It is also true that a core component of the culture war is making it very difficult to ask questions regarding the terms. If you don't want people getting educated, a great way to muddy the waters is to make just asking questions a dog whistle for malicious opposition. Yeah. But yeah, Google didn't mention anything about getting a code to talk in your chat box widget. I went to head to desk. It's time for bed. Have a good night. Have a good night, Bard. Mwah. I was told about Franker Face Z. I'll be real with you. The only thing I know about Franker Z or Franker Face Z is that you can use it for like additional emotes. Like it's kind of like Better Twitch TV or like 7 Twitch where people like there's like bonus emotes and stuff. I don't super fuck with that too much. But I'm telling you, so in order to have like pronouns like what you have next to your name, alala, the only thing I paid for was the widget code to then give to put on Streamlabs and then done. And normally those come with a PDF that explain it for you. So I don't know. Like, I'd have to sign in, but I'm pretty sure that I can like re-download this. And again, it gives you like a link to a video on how to do it, I think. No, it gives you a link. Oh, how did it do it? Hold on. I remember it gives a link. It gives a link to the widget. So that when you go to chat box, yeah, there's like a widget URL. And it gives you that. And then it gives you like the things you enable. And then I'm pretty sure through somewhere else, yeah, through the custom fields, you're able to change like the colors of stuff. And I was able to do that, and that was it. Through Streamlabs, it was literally, here's a link, and then you go to the settings, and then you change the colors, and then that was it. It was very brain dead. It was very brain dead. Domina turns to, no, hun, it's okay. It's fine. I don't mind helping. It's okay. I'll help on stream. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I know it's my stream. I do whatever the fuck I want. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, I don't know what direction you were pointed to, hun. But I do know for a fact that, funnily enough, if you had approached me, I probably would have told you how I did it. And if the code or whatever it is that you use to implement that widget into your chat box, wherever you said you bought it off of eGen, they should have given you a PDF with a code. Because that's how it worked for me. But again, I'm using Streamlabs and OBS. So maybe it's different with Stream Elements. I unfortunately do not know. But my point is that we could have learned together. We could have learned together. It's fine. It seems like more or less you got it figured out. Let me go into Stream Elements really quick, because now I'm curious. Stream Elements. One day I'll learn to ask people. No worries. I've told Deco many times to heckin' come to me for help if they need shit, and then freaking they never do. Chat box.
Modules, timers, settings. How do you do this one? Bot status, banned words, chat. Oh, that's chat bot. Where would this be? Overlays. Oh, would it be an overlays? Vamos ver. Vamos ver. Let's pretend to make a new one. Add widget. Engagement, alert. Your stream's chat. And then there's a chat box. Dark chat. White chat. Custom. Show messages. Background color. Position. Text settings. Oh. Center widget. You can center it. Custom font, text, setting, theme, checker chat. That means dark chat, white chat, custom, layers, group, duplicate. It's okay, we still love and want to help. Yeah, no worries. Group, ungroup. That would have to be that thing of rotation, center, text. Pick a font. All right, how about this? Go here. Stream tools. Your chat in real time. Static. Custom widget. Custom widget. Build custom widgets using HTML and JavaScript. And that's fields, position, animation settings. Oh, I don't know how that works. I don't know about that. No, stay on page. We're gonna get rid of that. We don't know what the fuck we just did. Alert. Engagement. Labels. Charity. Filtify. Interesting. I'm not seeing it here on Streamlabs' thing. Their chat box doesn't show anything for like taking a link or anything. Enter a username to ignore. That's interesting. Okay, well, yeah. Text stroke, text shadow. Okay. The session data, overlay. Okay, we're gonna leave page. We're not gonna save that. So then, how to add chat widgets to stream elements. Create a new overlay, open the chat, click the blue plus sign to add a new widget. Customize the chat widget. To improve stability and aesthetics, consider making the following adjustments. Save and copy. And that's a Twitch chat overlay. That's not it. Custom chat widget. Settings, messenger, chat widget. But that's something else. How to add a chat box and stream elements. Importing stream elements, chat box widgets. Custom chat box widget, coding basic. And he's chat box. Okay, it seems like you have to make a custom widget and you should just be copying code, if not writing the code yourself. Whereas with Streamlabs, if the widget already has a link, you can just do it. Yeah, you've got this. Virtual Dream Chatbot. Oh, but that's a chat. Oh, chat box. There we go. Test events, message, display pronouns. Yeah, from pronouns dot. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, okay. So it is what I think it is. Yeah, you go on the custom, you went into custom widget. You put in either the HTML, the CSS, or the JavaScript code, which then would give you these settings, and then do this appearance. I had to paste a bunch of code. Yes. Uh-huh. Okay. So essentially, Stream Elements, while you've got the total freedom, because here's the thing, with Streamlabs, you can also get all the code and shit and just put it in there. But at the same time, when it's made for Streamlabs, they should also give you a link that you put in. Oh, wow. Hold on, let me open both again. Stream Elements. Interesting. Because it'd be in your overlays, while in my case, there's specifically a place for chat box. Play your chat on stream and set up sound notifications. Yeah, so this is widgets. Okay, so this no, maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. It's likely that I'm wrong. One moment. No, see the link is for my chat box itself. There was a way they did this though, because I did not copy and paste any code. Okay, I have an idea. I need to sign in on Etsy. I love finding out I've been bamboozled. I don't think you've been bamboozled. I think that you were just sent on a very weird path. Bamboozled, it still worked. I'm just trying to figure out what email is my Etsy under. Do I have? That's not it. This is something else. But I definitely know. Oh wait, I can just check this to see. Okay. We're finding out together today. When I find out how to log back into my fucking Etsy. Right, we forgot our password. Don't worry, we'll fix this. Yes, please email me a sign-in link. Check your email. Thank you. Thank you. Password reset time. Reset it now. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I don't remember my password. Bip. Bip. That. Cebu, please. Cebu play. Cebu play. Okay, keep me signed in. Now I should be able to see my previous purchases. It's not under this. Uh-oh, do I accidentally have another Etsy account that I don't remember? Okay, well, it's good that I know about this one. Interesting. Okay, well, it's not in this one. So I learned another thing today, but that's okay. Because if it's not under that one, then it's probably under this one. Continue, please. Yes, it is. And today I learned I had 2 Etsy accounts. Okay. But I can download it again. Downloado. Installation link. You may also like customization, installation instructions. Once you click the link, Streamlabs will ask you to create a new widget theme. Click create widget theme, scroll down, new widget, click name it and click create. Go back to the list and click use on the new theme you created. Now you have your chat widget ready. Copy the link from the page, create new browser source, paste link with those settings. Yeah, like, it sends you a link, and then it's like, hey, we see settings will be imported to your shared selection and blah, 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 blah. And then you have widget themes. Like, no spaghetti code required, none of that fucky wuckiness. Yeah, none of that. Yeah, none of that. So that's interesting. I don't think you were bamboozled in any way. I just... Funnily enough, you could technically use that code and make it work for Stream Elements, I think. But... yeah. With Streamlabs, it's just a code, and then you follow the instructions, and then adjust to your liking, and then wham bam, thank you ma'am, you're done. So that is interesting. That is very, very interesting. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Glad we figured it out. I still don't know what you paid for. You paid for a bot? Oh, well, you paid for what you ended up paying for is the widget. You paid for the code, essentially, or you paid to use you paid for the assets and coding. So you didn't get bamboozled or scammed or anything. It just seems like it was a little bit of a pain to install, especially if you're new to all of that stuff. But I see now. I totally see now. Interesting. Alrighty. Well. Oh, now I was like, Jester's not home yet. And now I'm thinking, I think Jester said he was gonna do something after work. So I think I'm gonna take a quick BRB. I'm gonna get some snackage ready. And I think with that, we're gonna dive into this week's session of Kingdom Hearts. So, for those who are not interested in Kingdom Hearts, thank you so much for spending time with me. I am so happy to have been able to just kind of sit and vibe and chat with you guys. It's so much fun. I haven't done it in a while. I definitely want to consider doing some more stuff like this. And for those who stick around for Kingdom Hearts, we'll be diving back where we were. I'm thinking we're going to be going into Mulan's world again for the second chapter of that. I will probably take some parts of our little just chatting and maybe the SAG stuff. I'm not quite sure, but we will probably make one of these things a highlight. But I had a lot of fun. So I will be right back. I'm going to take about a 5-10 minute break, and I will see you guys in a little bit. Mwah! I'll be right back.